Good morning all. I'd like to call the Board of Selectmen's Department Workshop presentations, budget presentations, meeting to order on January 23rd, 2020. Thanks once again to our compatriots on the Board of Finance for joining us. I appreciate it. First item on the agenda is Zoning Board of Appeals. It does not look like we have anyone from the board here today, so why don't we just take a quick look, and if there are any specific questions, Trace will make sure we get those forwarded along to the appropriate individual. Board and Commission Secretary, I think, just reflects the raise that we passed along to all of those. Expenses travel flat, advertising public notice is flat, and office supplies are flat as well. So I'm not sure that engenders too many questions, but if anyone has anything, Mike, you got the thumbs up?
No, good.
You good?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. You got it. All right, move on to number 2, Historic District Commission, and Randy McCartney, Chair, is here. Come on up. Just walk us through. I like this kind of budget. We're showing a reduction. So have
Welcome.
A seat. Have a seat. Good morning,
For the
Randy.
record, my name's Randy McCartney. I live at 50 High Street in Guilford, and I'm the chair of the Historic District Commission. What we did was we looked back over a 6-year period, and we saw what our revenue was, which really is only the fees for the certificates for appropriateness applications, and then our expenses. And I looked over 6 years, took an average of that, and then I looked at what we've spent so far this year. And so I felt that rather than coming in and saying I want the same thing, I thought it was fair to take an average of it and come to a more realistic budget. So that's what I submitted.
Wonderful. Well, Randy, thank you very much for that methodology and that consideration. So overall, your budget's showing nearly a $300 decrease. So
Yes, correct.
That works. Printing expenses is up a little bit, but that's not surprising.
That can fluctuate.
Yeah. Well, your 2018-19 expenditure was nearly over double what we'd appropriated last year. So
Correct.
Questions for Randy? No? Thank you for carving out the time this morning.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you.
And the methodology you used.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Randy.
So,
Good to see you, Randy.
Good to see you.
item 3, next up, Youth and Family Services. Lynn Landry, you're in the hot seat. No, I mean,
Not this year.
no.
I'll save that for next year.
Next year,
Yeah.
every other year is good.
Every other year.
You don't know yet.
You figured me out.
Year 3.
So I thought instead of just spewing numbers that I would pass this out to some
Wonderful.
folks, and I can also send
Great.
it electronically.
That would be great if you would.
Thank you very much.
I just thought I'd share a few numbers before I get into budget. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go.
Great.
Jen, here, give one to Mitch so he doesn't cry. So just a few numbers.
Thank you.
So under clinical services, I wanted to give you a picture of the kinds of numbers that we deal with. Our referral sources come from parents, police, school, sometimes kids themselves if they're old enough. But we serve 228 children in our clinical services, which translates to almost 2,100 appointments. And at the high school, our school-based clinician saw 18 students regularly throughout the year. And what she does there is substance abuse counseling. She advises the team kids, which is a combination of the old SAD group and the day kids. And then she does a substance abuse curriculum with this school resource officer, reached 150 kids through health classes, and also does a mental health component in the alternative high school Crossroads. So that's our clinical services.
So when you have school-based clinician, 18 students, she's doing a lot more than dealing with 18
Oh,
students.
yeah, yes.
Yeah.
So she sees those 18 students, that maybe takes up about 10 hours of her time during the week, and then she does everything else She sits on, in the staff meetings, to discuss students, so there's a lot of other things that go on. It takes up most of her, she spends maybe 20 to 25 hours at the high school and also sees some kids over at the agency. Our collaboration with the Guilford Police Department, in the last fiscal year, we had 21 call-outs for our CDCP program, which is our community policing program. So when there are domestic violence calls or anything that's traumatic, the police call us and we go out with them. So we saw, of those 21, 14 of them became clients, so that program is working. So we're offering mental health services to kids who have been traumatized, and 5 of those 21 were already existing clients. In addition to that, our domestic violence home intervention program, we reviewed 41 cases. So those are cases where there may or may not be children involved. We get the reports, we analyze them, and we call and make sure that the victim, whether it's male or female, is hooked up with services. And 6 of those 41 cases we saw at the agency. And then our juvenile review board, we saw 13 cases throughout the year, which that number's a little high for us. It's usually a little lower. And then in our programs, our one-time events, such as the Spooktacular, half-day, school half-day events, we reached over 9,000 participants. And in our ongoing series programs, such as Mother-Daughter, Home Alone, things like that, we saw almost 2,700 kids. So those are the numbers that we saw throughout the year. So now on to the budget.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
What does the juvenile review board do?
So the juvenile review board is a youth who gets arrested for misdemeanor, and then they have the option of either coming before the board or going to court. And most times parents will choose for the kid to come before the board. We discuss the case with them and their parents, and then come up with some kind of consequence, non-punitive consequence. And we follow them for 3 months. It's a one-shot deal, so if they get arrested again, they have to go to court.
I see.
So it helps a kid who does something stupid, like maybe shoplift, to not do it again, really, to scare them a little into staying on the right path.
Great.
And that's something throughout cities and towns.
Yes.
It's not just,
Unique to Guilford.
Right,
Right.
yeah, and as you sit on the board and you have children, you hope that your child never shows up. I've got one more in high school, I'll make it through. Hopefully. Okay, on to the budget. So, the budget, I looked at each line item very carefully. Most of them are pretty flat. Given the fact that we don't have, our contracts are all up on June 30th, we're still minus 0.7%. It probably would not be that if the salary increases were in there. So the salaries, of course, are the same. And any other notable line items, building maintenance, I always add a little bit every year just for the wear and tear. The building's 14 years old. We do have gas now instead of oil, so that's a new furnace, but there are other things that could go wrong. So a little bit of an increase. Postage, I had cut back last year. I tried to put, because of budget constraints, so I tried to put that back to what we had used before. And under permits, dues, and subscriptions, we're reaching more people through Constant Contact. So, and the more you put on that list, the more expensive it is. So I've added a little bit for that. And that is basically the budget. Any questions on those before I go to revenue?
Yeah, the clinical director, is your clinical director the one who's directly under you, work mostly with the schools or with the
No, our
police?
clinical director oversees all of the clinical services. So she's a licensed social worker. She supervises all of the clinicians, the social workers, the person who's at the high school. We all work with the police, so, but she oversees those programs as well.
So it's a lot of interaction with the schools.
Yes, the schools, the school social workers, the police, other agencies.
The 2 grants that you show here,
Yes,
are they fairly consistent is it a squirrely thing? Can you depend on them?
The two grants,
Yeah.
yes, so the first grant is from DCF, used to be from the State Department of Education. That's because we're a youth service bureau, we get money from the state. It's a tiny bit. We're fortunate in that we don't have to rely on that too much. Other towns do. The legislature just changed that over to DCF. We used to be under DCF when youth service bureaus first came into existence. SDE was not doing a great job with it, and so people up in Hartford decided that it should go back to DCF. It'll go up and down a little bit, not too much. It's usually around the same amount of money.
So it's fairly consistent.
It's fairly consistent. The other grant is our Drug-Free Communities Grant, which is the coalition. I just submitted year 10, that's it. So we're in year 9 right now. So year 10 will go until 2021. And then we'll hopefully look for other monies, other federal monies, to help sustain some of the activities that the coalition has been doing for the past 9 years. So that's not a given
Okay,
after year 10.
all right,
You can only apply 10 years in a row.
okay.
And
That's
so we've done
interesting.
that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, how many people are on your constant contact list? Who do you reach? Who do you go out
We
to?
probably reach a couple thousand people.
Wow. Kids in the schools or
Parents.
Parents.
Parents, yeah. So anybody who comes into the agency, we'll have them ask if they want to be on the list. When we go to events, we bring that list, so we try to do as much electronically as possible. And so we're reaching a lot more people that way.
Okay.
Because we found that even if you put a huge ad in the Courier, people say, I didn't see that, I didn't know about your event, so we try to do it in other ways.
Yeah.
Lynn, I have a question.
Yes.
It's a general question. How have you seen your services changing? What do you see coming up, and are there any areas that you see a need that you don't have funds for now? Pretty status quo with the services?
Pretty status quo. I mean, the needs in the community change, the needs of the kids, what we see are different. So what we're seeing now with vaping and certain substances, we didn't see,
Yeah.
10 years ago. So a lot of our efforts are going into that, reducing stress. We just did a program at the high school yesterday for the half-day event, helping kids, talking about stress and how to reduce that. So it's pretty status quo. We're seeing more need probably in the middle school at Adams. And we do have a student assistance counselor there, but we use a social work intern. So those funds dried up about 10 years ago. And so they were federal government funds, and so now we use a social work intern, so they're there all
Interesting.
year.
Yeah,
So we've learned to do without funds for that.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, on to revenues. You pointed out the grants. I need to point out the revenue as well. I kept that at 110,696 as our projection. Last year, we met that with no problems at all. As a matter of fact, we brought in $127,000. It's always I don't like to change that number very often because tomorrow I could lose my full-time clinician, which means it takes 3 months to panel them, and so they're not bringing in any revenue. So even though the budget comes in, if I can get to the correct page, at $521,907, if you subtract our revenue from that, $110,696, the net cost to the town is $411,211.
Yesterday, and I know in general that Medicare is changing the way they handle benefits, and I was wondering if Medicaid is affected like that too, 'cause
Medicaid is probably a little bit more protected than Medicare. So we haven't
there's
seen
no
any.
big changes
No,
this
no
year.
big changes. And as a matter of fact, almost 50% of the revenue we bring in is Medicaid. So
I saw
for
that.
those that think that only rich people live in Guilford, that's not true. When 50% of your revenue is Husky, it's an alarming number.
Well, that's what the safety net is for.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Any other questions? No?
Great,
Okay,
thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who should I send the that to who? To you? Okay.
Social services, Tammy, come on up. Come on down, what was that, the game show? Come on down.
Come on down, the price is right.
Price is Right.
Price is
yeah.
right.
For those of us old enough to remember. Yeah. Good morning, Tammy.
Good morning. Hi.
Morning.
Morning.
Take your time, get organized there.
There you are.
There's the data.
Okay.
All right.
John had to hand you, did you get it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll put it under here.
My obligatory charts.
There you go. Always appreciated.
Pretty much standard status quo. As far as households are concerned, we still are seeing new households helped every year. I will say that our clientele seems to be more of an aging population these days. With the economy getting better for workers, we still see a lot of families and assisting families, but the bulk of our new clientele happens to be the aging people who are getting older, people who are outliving their savings, outliving their reverse mortgages, and looking for options as to how to stay in their home, how to continue, how to buy food, how to pay for their oil. So those are what are being basically presented to us on a day-to-day basis. Those are the problems. So my budget pretty much remains
Flat.
pretty flat. I think there was an increase of about $460. I don't know what percentage that
Yeah.
worked out to be.
3%, 0.3%, 0.3. Yeah, without salaries. So.
Yeah. So there really was the only
Why is
thing.
overtime blank this year?
I'm sorry,
Why is overtime blank this year?
why is it? I'm s-
Overtime, there's nothing.
Zero.
Zero on overtime.
Because the person that was to be who was a salaried, who was an exempt position, but was paid hourly, the position is going back to a salaried position. So I don't need the overtime in that budget. That's how we worked it out.
I know you're in the middle of some staffing changes.
Yes.
I'll ask the obligatory question. Is there any opportunity on salary savings with the replacement? Or do you think market pricing is going to drive you?
I think market pricing is keeping me at the salary
Okay.
at the same.
Yeah, what we did there was we looked at the comparables there and found that what we were paying the person who's leaving was actually a little bit on the low side. So we advertised it at the same rate
Right.
that that person was making, so it'd be a zero change to the budget there. But as Tammy's already indicated, we're gonna eliminate the overtime that was in this in her budget by making this new position a salary position, back to a salary position.
Okay.
So when you gave us the statistics for households helped, and then on the page, this is the fourth page, the workload by calls, walk-in, and appointments, so those are people beyond the households being helped, it's not the same people.
Well, that's what that is. It's the conglomeration of well, the calls are those people, but it's the amount of calls that come in
Right.
on a yearly basis.
They're not just helped once in a year.
No, somebody doesn't walk in once and then you never see them again. It's a continuum of, even when somebody comes in to do an energy application, they call for the appointment, they follow up on, we follow up on what they need to bring in. They come in, we have already sent them out a confirmation of what they need to bring in. They don't bring in what they need to bring in. There's follow-ups on that. And then when they walk in with the energy appointment, there's usually more than one issue going on in that household. So you're seeing up for follow-up for more issues than that just a fill-up of oil.
Right.
So, yes.
On page 1 of the charts, the very first chart in the upper left-hand corner, total households helped,
Right,
new households helped.
right.
And then what is previous year and prior year?
Okay. If we go down to the bottom, the 399, that's 399 households from the previous year are in that 625. The total households
Yeah.
help
So those,
It's the difference, right?
the second, third,
Delta.
and fourth columns add up to
Add
the
up
total.
to
625, yeah.
Yeah,
add up
Okay,
to
so then what is
625.
prior years?
Those were households that had showed
For
up
2 years.
at least,
2,
at least
3,
two.
4, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, sometimes and I've been here that
Do you
long to
have a
have
sta-
people walk in.
Do you have a statistic, I don't think it exists, of number of households in town and the age of the owners? Yeah, that statistic
Actually,
doesn't- I mean, it just appears to be declining here.
I'm sorry.
The number of new households helped appears to be declining, and it's gotta be a leveling off effect. I mean, people are leaving the state.
Well, you want to know the age of the new households helped?
No,
I'm
I just
sorry.
wanted to know total,
I am not a statistician, and
And I don't
I'm
think the number
actually,
exists anymore.
I actually met with Mike Shove about a couple of weeks ago, because we're thinking somehow this BOS system
Yes, it
will be
will.
able to help us work out all of these little nuances of,
that's more a
age.
communication system, which we might
No,
have brought
no,
up with
no.
the constant contact.
No, VOC also has the plug-and-play modules that we develop internally that can manage data flows. They can manage workflows, it can manage data, and we are slowly implementing VOC at different departments. And I know Tammy has asked for some help because it's an opportunity
Yes.
to streamline the operations as well as collect data and build profiles. In one sense, it's almost like a custom, what is it, CSR, custom. What are the sales tools they use?
Customer management, information,
Yeah.
information management.
Yeah.
CRS.
CRS, yeah, customer relationship system. So, and I applaud Tammy's initiative to.
If you accept registered voters as a good reflection of populace, and you can go to
Fine.
the registrar and sort everybody by age.
Yeah.
I'm curious, these charts are great. Is this system that you're talking about? You're logging everything by hour?
No.
To show that they
Actually,
reflect,
we-
the time or resources?
No, actually, I have a program that whenever we work with somebody,
Yeah.
we put in
You log
the
it.
log in the minutes
Yeah.
or however long it takes
Takes
us.
to work,
And I don't have that reflected here. Chris actually did a quick, Chris is the administrative assistant.
Yep.
And I wish I could remember, but she was like, do you realize that the minutes came out to more than the three of us here, 8 hours a day? I said, well, if you realize that we're 7 days
It's
a week,
overlap.
and you realize that I'm here till probably 8 o'clock,
Something
9
like that.
o'clock from October to March, yeah, it works out. So, and that's none of us taking vacations and et cetera, so.
No, it's just a good, I think it's a good way to reflect it. What is it that what program do you use?
Charity Tracker.
Okay.
It's for social services.
I noticed that the total households assisted has been flat in recent years. Flat or dropped off a little bit. Yet the impression we get is that there are more and more people in need. Can you reconcile those two? Is it that we're helping more people, but they're in the senior age group and requiring less than the clients that you served before?
Well, what the people, when you see, if you look at the households between 2009 and 2015, that was during the recession.
That's right.
So we
Okay.
were
Track the
seeing,
economy.
we were seeing people, for everything. People were losing jobs, immediately they were coming in. So there was constant, people walking in, phones ringing. So when we say that it's dropping, when you see that little bit of drop, these are people that have it's leveled off. Those are the people, and again, the previous years, you see people that their need has remained the same. Their need for our services has remained the same. And yet the new people that are walking in, that's what I'm saying, that those are the people that I'm seeing that the clientele are more, they're in their 60s, 70s, 80s, that are outliving, especially those that are in their 80s, upper 80s, they're outliving their savings. And as I said, their reverse mortgages, their incomes have remained basically flat, and yet the cost of everything has gone up. So that's what we're trying to help them resolve, even as far as how to stay in their homes. So.
Well, this is what we always have to keep in mind. If your income drops, your income taxes fall, but your property taxes don't.
That's,
Right.
yeah.
So you can have people with assets but their cash flow has disappeared.
Right.
But their obligations don't disappear.
Right, exactly. And the other thing is, even with Social Security, you have a couple, one passes on. Now you're living on one of those Social Securities, and your expenses hasn't dropped, certainly in half, so.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can answer this. Do you have a feel for how many of the households you serve, tying into Bob's question, are homeowners and are possibly using the tax
Actually,
programs that we have?
I can let you know, because in my data on my chart, my Excel spreadsheet, I actually have those numbers.
Oh.
I write down whether they're homeowners or renters.
Oh, that would be interesting
So
to
I could
see.
certainly send you that information.
Mhm.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Great.
not a problem. I'll write that down. And I do actually also in my Excel spreadsheet, and again, I'm not a statistician.
Your question is,
I have whether they're elderly or on Social Security disability too, so.
Okay.
your
But, so
question
you want to
is
know
the
renter
tax relief.
Yeah,
or a homeowner?
does it come up whether or not people are on the tax relief programs, the property tax? Or is that
Doesn't
not
come
part
up.
of your?
I certainly ask them if
Okay.
they've applied or
Okay.
if they're applying for those programs. Some of them, when they're first in the office, don't even know that they're available, so. And then when I ask them the next year, they go, oh yeah, thanks to you, I've gone and done that.
Which
so.
is a good example of someone who might not come back to see you a second time because you give them the information and they're done.
Right.
So even though the numbers seem to be stable, that doesn't necessarily mean that your need is stable.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
interesting.
So, I mean, even if you look, new households help, if you look on the right side of that chart, this year, half a year, it's 91 households who are new this year. So that's 91 people I'd never met before, so.
Right. Yep.
And I've been here almost over 30 years, so.
That's interesting, thank you. And you have an open position now, it looks like, based
Yes,
on the
I do.
salary?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Not good,
So-
but,
Well,
thank you.
it is good for her. The individual has got an opportunity of a lifetime.
Yes, she did.
Oh.
I'm heartbroken, but yes.
Yes. Opportunity of a
She's
lifetime.
quite an asset.
Yes, she was.
You'll all wanna go visit her.
Yeah, yeah, and I did email it the other day, and I said, well, you started your first day, if you don't like it, position hasn't been filled yet.
She's working in the US Embassy in Denmark, is that?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, yeah.
She's now working for the government,
Yeah.
and she's of that descent.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Tammy.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thanks.
Tax collector?
She's here, you just can't see her behind that.
Oh, she's right. Jeez. Go ahead. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good, how's everybody else?
Wonderful, thanks.
Good. So, you have my budget, before you.
Yep.
It was a $790, increase. We did, eliminate the, office supply. I had asked for a money counting machine
Counting machine
last
this
year,
year.
and it's working out wonderfully. It's made a big difference, in the office. My printing, is up. I have a rate book, one extra rate book that I'm waiting to, print. And the, office supplies, I'm asking for more envelopes because motor vehicles went to the 3-year.
Yes.
So I'm expecting a lot more delinquents.
Well,
Other
there's a-
than
there's a- Yeah, there's an interesting correlation to that, right?
Yeah, they wait, a lot of them will wait until their registration is up, and then they pay their taxes,
On
because
their
when they're
automobiles.
delinquent, we put a hold,
Right.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so extending the registration period will impact every tax collector in
Yeah.
the state to some degree. It's not, it's not the predominant
No,
number of,
but, yeah.
most taxpayers are paying them on time, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions?
Just education and training up a little bit, is that just the
Well, we're
courses?
gonna be going through a new
That's-
employee again, and then
right.
I'm gonna be losing my part-time.
Right.
So, I'd like to get her a little bit of training also.
Good. All right. You wanna talk about your revenue, since you probably have the bulk of the revenue of the town, 'cause no. Everybody else
We're in
talks
good
about their
shape. No,
revenue, so
no.
yours is only about 95 million, right? Anyway, any other questions?
No.
Did you get your new people, or are those positions still open?
They're still open.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wanna apply?
Back to the window?
Back to the window.
It's gonna, this is the, bit-
Back to the
these
window.
last week and a
Yeah,
half, it's gonna
next,
be.
I know, next week will be the last week, right?
Right.
Believe it or
Second.
not.
Good.
Okay.
That's right,
Thank you
next,
for all you
next
do.
week.
All right.
A lot of activity next week.
Yes, a lot of activity, right. Wait till the last day.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks for coming out. Yep.
Town clerk? Good morning, Anna.
Good morning. All right, my budget is relatively unchanged. I'm asking for a little bit more in recording expense to cover costs of ballots for the election in November.
Oh, yes, we have one of those
Yes,
coming up.
and also the office supplies labels for the election. So that's up a little bit. Also, we had 2 of our printers were replaced last year, and the toner cartridges are slightly more
More
expensive
expensive.
for those. So I figured in a little bit of an increase for that. And permits, dues, and subscriptions, 2 of our notary commissions expire at the end of the year, so we will need to renew those.
Yeah,
And that's pretty much it, though.
okay.
Everything else is pretty much staying the same.
Questions?
What was the spike in office equipment last year?
Oh, that was for 2 a label printer, or 3 label printers for the ballots.
So it went up and then.
So it went up and now it's gone
so
down
back
because we
to
paid for
where-
those, and yeah. And they're working out great.
Great.
All right, any other questions? Revenue was flat?
Revenue was up a little
Is it up
last
a little?
year,
Sure,
yeah,
yeah.
due
Oh,
to
yeah.
mainly conveyance tax. So, we had some good sales, I guess. Yeah, so well, let's hope that continues.
Continues.
Yes.
And liquor licenses.
Well, we had some increases in fees last year.
From $2 to $20.
Yeah.
I get them all the time,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah,
right.
the liquor permits went up, the fees for, some of the state went up on the fees last year for some of the things, so, liquor permits were one of the increases, yeah. Shocker. But they hadn't gone up in, probably, I've been here for almost 25 years, and they've been $2 when I came here 25 years ago, so it was time for them to go up.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, any other
Okay.
questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
You guys do a great job in there, I think.
Thank you.
Jeff, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm-
Jeff has no complaints.
I have zero complaints. The town clerk's office.
Oh,
is-
and thanks to Jeff,
Yeah.
last year, we saved on office furniture because Jeff donated.
That's right.
Oh.
I got a new desk from Jeff.
Jeff.
and we got-
Hey, how about that?
We got
Thank
some
you
new
very much.
furniture
Sure.
when Jeff was cleaning out his office, so,
right.
you know.
You got a write-off.
So thank you.
Everybody.
Glad,
You're not
glad you're
making-
enjoying it.
I
Making
am
money
very
on the
much.
town,
Thank you,
are you?
Jeff.
No.
Wonderful. Okay, registrar of voters? Not here? Oh, it's Thursday. Gotta schedule them for Wednesdays, right?
Good point.
In the
They had the
afternoons.
opportunity to request a change if they couldn't come today.
All right,
One's away.
I
yeah.
think they're in Antarctica.
That's right.
All of them went together.
They are.
They are.
Well, one of
Well, right,
them.
Lisa,
No,
right?
I don't
Lisa
think they
went, yeah.
together.
Lisa, no. Thank you for that clarification.
We all could have flown there.
That'd be
for
an
that
interesting
item.
trip, wouldn't it? Yeah. Already done the Titanic.
Just, we'll walk through it, there are a couple of questions, and we'll follow up with Gloria and Lisa, but referendum expenses are up significantly, I think that warrants a question as to why. The primary expense,
There might be something in the verbiage, is there,
Yeah.
yeah,
There is in the write-up, it does.
in the
Right. Does
write-up
it right?
might
Yeah.
explain some of the
Yeah.
increases, if you
Yeah.
wanna look there.
yeah.
There she is. Right on time.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Perfect timing.
Unlike yesterday, we're running on time today. Because we were significantly delayed yesterday.
I heard,
Yeah.
yes. Okay.
Take your time, get organized, go.
So our budget every year goes up and down according to our election event. And of course, this next year will be July, which will be the presidential.
Primary.
Primary,
Sorry, I
yeah.
ran up here. And I didn't fall. So the part-time salaries are the two registrars,
Yeah.
which is, we go before the Board of Finance and request a salary increase. The part-time poll worker salary, that's everyone, the whole year. Referendum, primary. Let's see, referendum. We plan for one referendum. If there's two, then that's an increase in our budget. We hope we don't have more than one. The canvas expense, that's really envelopes. And we subscribe to a private company that gives us all the mailings. And we send out maybe, depends on what year, 500 to 1,000 letters every year, asking people if they are still at the address where they live. Let's see, primary expense. We just put down one primary. If there's another one, but that we don't know what's coming up, that would be an added expense. November election. This is every November, and that changes from one election event to another. And I wanted to show you, that's primarily the ballots, the memory cards. The ballots change from every election. This, with the gubernatorial election, is a very long ballot because everybody is elected. A lot of state elections, and this is a short one for the presidential. So in the year of this, the election expense will be more for that ballot, and also the memory cards. I brought a memory card. This is like show and tell. So this is the memory card that we have for each district. And they charge us to program. If you see the justification of the write-up at the end, it's very complicated how they charge for each ballot. Let's see where I'm at, okay. Travel expenses, we'll try to use the a town car when we go on our conferences, which is 2-3 times a year. Service contract is the mailroom or the copier in the mailroom. Oh no, that's service contract, that's the contract to check our
Ballot scanners.
yes, ballot scanners, which is standard 2400. And those machines are now 12 years old, and they are doing unusual things. So I hope the state puts some money into getting new ballots. And I know they have some money which they're using for security. Copier lease, that is the mailroom copier. Office supplies, just envelopes, whatever we need from one year to another. Office equipment, that's just a line item we put in whenever we need. I think we bought a new binding machine that broke. Permits, dues. That's our dues for the registrars and the moderators. Education and training, that's our 2 conferences a year plus county meetings throughout the year. And that is also the moderators, which that's much lower this year because the state has said instead of a 2-year certification, it's now to 4 years, which saves us a lot of money. We have about 20 moderators at $60 each. And I think that's it.
Questions?
Did you say the ballots were, you were having some problems with the ballots, that they were doing strange things?
Oh, with the machines, like they're sometimes.
Is this an ongoing problem?
Well, since they're 12 years old, it's getting to do some, I hear from other one. I know we had an incident in the last election where it rained and a little crumb of paper gets stuck in the machines, so it doesn't take ballots. So it could be, we don't know what's going to come up in the future, so I just hope the state puts money into new machines or looking at it. I know they put a lot into security this year, so.
Gloria, those are the machines we actually put our ballot in?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust those things at all.
Well, I do.
I wish you gave me a receipt.
That's because you're putting in 20 at a time.
No, that's. Yeah, we try not to do
That
that.
was a different part of it.
I guess we just, I mean, the machines are
Well, we're getting
aging
there.
and they're getting quirky, but we're all hoping that the ballots are
Right.
being counted correctly.
Right,
Yes,
Okay.
and that's got to do with the memory cards too. This is all the information that's on here. But what I'm saying is they're breaking down.
Mechanically, they're breaking.
Yeah,
They're breaking
They
down. We
just
have
replace
backup
them.
machines, and this is the great thing about Connecticut, is that it's paper ballots, and there's always a backup. If the machine breaks and something, we count the ballots, which I think is a great idea. I hope they never go to computerized
I was curious about that.
websites.
is it a statutory requirement to use the machine, or can you just put paper ballots right in boxes like we used to?
Well, it is, but in the default of the machine not working, then we have the paper ballots and we will hand count.
Okay.
So
Or use another
I don't trust the
machine.
machine because I was a computer programmer, so I don't.
Well, the
like
machine, the
possibilities that
machine
come
really,
with machines.
the machine, the machine really isn't the computer, it just reads this card. So, and it spits out
Do we
like
get
a,
the counts from the machine, or do
Yes,
we
we
count
do.
them?
yes, it's on here, it
There's a tape.
comes out, yep.
So the machine at the end of the cycle gives you a
There-
count.
Yeah, there are
Yes,
some.
when
But
you
if there's
push
a
a button.
question, you
redundancies
can
built
count
into
the
this.
paper
And
ballot.
What I want people to understand is, the integrity of the voting process is not being challenged here. What we're saying is there are some mechanical issues with feeding the ballots in, et cetera, but we have shown no evidence that it's not being counted correctly.
Correct,
That-
yes.
That's,
I
that's a
mean, it's-
clarification I want to come with.
It's more that the
And-
machine,
And to Jonathan's point about security and not trusting it, these are standalone machines. They're not networked. There's no outside access to those machines. They are not part of our network. They're not connected to a dial-up line or any kind of facility. So in order for the integrity to be compromised, somebody actually has to get their hands on those cards and the programming of those machines. So I just want to make sure that.
And the
unless
machines do what they're meant to do, when it,
When it
there's
feeds
a
through.
piece of paper that gets clogged,
It's-
it no longer accepts any.
It's- right.
So it's,
It doesn't
it's,
miscount
op-
that.
right, it's operating the way it's meant to.
It's like a copier breaking
They're-
down.
they're
It's a
less-
mechanical issue that
Exactly.
just, you
Yes.
gotta get apart.
They're less
Yes.
sophisticated than printers, they're just mechanical counters.
Correct.
and that's why every summer we have those machines checked for, the battery or whatever's going on, so it's,
Maintained like a
Yep.
copier, you would maintain to make sure it's working.
If we could stay on just for a second, when you said that they're 12 years old and we're hoping for, help from the state, or is there some sort of a lifespan that those machines are, number one, supposed to have? And then what is the cost of replacing those? And, I mean, are they gonna last for another 8 years, or what's do you have any forecast on replacement of those?
no, I know, I think Massachusetts uses the same one and maybe Vermont or New Hampshire, and I don't know.
Were we on the hook for those 12 years ago? Or was that
No, the
state help?
state paid.
The state paid for them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering
So, and they-
what our ownness is on, in the future, if we have to get new machines, because they're breaking down all the time, it's like,
Well, I think at one conference, they did say that, they're looking into new machines. This company does put out another new machine that's nice, just
But
like this one.
I would think, though, the nice thing is that these machines are used all over the place, so it's not like a car that or a machine that, after 3 years, doesn't have parts anymore, right? They're probably making the parts, and they might break down, or it might have a mechanical issue, but there's so many of them, it's to their advantage to just go ahead and keep making these parts and replacing them. At some point,
yes.
I'm just wondering what the lifespan of them is, and then who's on the hook for them. That's the main
Well,
question.
I guess that's up to
And
the
that's what
state
you're
to
waiting,
tell us.
that's what you're waiting,
Probably
that's what
depends
you're
on
waiting.
cycles,
Whether
how many
it's
how many
state
ballots
or
they
town.
count collect.
That's true, I mean, yeah, population, I mean, Guilford,
Population.
yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Anything
No,
further?
that's it.
no, okay, thank you.
Gloria. Next up, Building Department, Tim? Good morning, Tim.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
For those who don't know, Kim is our new building, who haven't had the pleasure of meeting her, Kim is the new building.
Good morning.
Inspector. Talk a little bit about your budget.
Sure, okay. First is regarding for salaries, the full-time salaries is for myself and my admin, one admin that I have right now. And then I also have regarding two part-time salaries for part-time workers. One right now we have is George Godovan, who works a couple days a week. And I was also asking for another part-time personnel to help out with inspections.
I'd just like to comment that that's the line item that I spoke to both the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance about, where we are incurring that expense for George, but just haven't accurately budgeted that line item. And as was noted at the Board of Finance meeting, there is a subsequent increase in revenue that covers that. So I set the
It's a
stage
wash.
for that,
Okay.
that line item at both meetings. I just wanted to.
It's neutral, yeah,
Correct.
basically.
Yes.
Okay. The telephones is for, the cell phones is for myself and the 2 part-time workers for when they're doing the inspections, and they'll also have iPads so they can actually record what they're actually inspecting. The printing for scanning to be outsourced. Right now, we're not adhering to our retention program for scanning, and we actually need that, especially when things are being closed out and CO'd. It's a lot faster, safer process to be able to get back to the tax department where they can be accurate regarding the properties that are being done.
And I'll just note that that's the line item that our engineer was speaking to yesterday and voiced her support of that line item.
Uniforms and clothing regarding tool bag, winter gear, hazard gear, clothes, shoes, safety glasses. Right now, I'm using all things that I've actually acquired through being a contractor. Right now, we actually have nothing in the building department for this. Okay. Office supplies regarding recording daily books. I actually record in the iPad when I do my inspections, but I also record on the side of who were there regarding contractors, homeowners, and any questions they may have had. Okay. Also for office equipment, for engineer rulers, when we're doing a plan review, making sure they're 1/4 inch equals a foot and that their actual plans are actually right. Their flashlights, electrical testers for final inspection, and make sure that the outlets are actually working properly, not reversed. Screwdrivers, tape measures. We actually doesn't have 9 levels. Gas detectors, because we do a lot of propane tanks, and a lot of them are actually, when I go there, they're actually, some of them are not, they're leaking. So I actually call the contractor, the company, let them know they gotta come out ASAP to do that.
Just a quick question here. The fact that you're asking for those suggests that we have not been doing some of those inspections to the degree that you feel are expected.
Yes.
Without that equipment.
I do.
Okay.
The next line item is for permits, dues, and subscriptions. These are for memberships, for building officials to be connected regarding for education, and also to meet at different conferences. And these are some of the places that you would need to be part of a subscription or a member to be able to go away to those education and training programs, which is the next one for education and training, and also getting code books that are accurate. Right now, we have the 2015 IBC, which is for commercial, and the 2015 IRC, which is for residential. There are 8 other books that are needed. We don't have them. I'm actually using my books on PDF, so when customers call in or if they email me regarding installation, electrical questions, I actually copy and paste the section of the area in PDF and send it to them, or make copies of them directly and give it to the client.
Just so I understand better, so you have a residential book and a commercial book, and then there are 8 other categories?
Yeah, there's the IMC, the IPC, the IEBC.
What do they cover that's not residential or commercials? Just
The residential and commercial
municipal?
states on how to actually build, but each other book states
specific.
for the plumbing is specific.
I get it.
Plumbing,
Okay, all right.
Specific
Makes
for
sense.
electrical,
Okay, all right, got
specific
it.
for mechanical.
Thanks.
You're bringing some things up into the 21st century that we didn't have.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to get back to the equipment that you need to do consistent and correct tests, you're going to get a new person, or hopefully if you hope to get a new person part-time, and you have the other existing person, you will be expecting them to test to the level that you do as well.
I
and
do.
they will have the same equipment when they go out.
Yes, ma'am.
On the codes, I would just add that, they also update, so there's not just the code books, but then there's.
2015 's a little old.
But then there's, and so every few years, you gotta completely do the set, and then you got supplementary. that
Right.
come from the state of Connecticut, so.
Right, they
yeah.
do the CBC book, which just has the amendment books, and what that is sometimes they sent to printing the books already, and then they still add in a couple of other codes that didn't make it. So you have the Connecticut State Statute book, which has all the extra ads that didn't make it into that printing.
So all these books, all these regs are provided, written by the state, and
They're approved, they're approved and adopted by the state of Connecticut.
we have to purchase these, they're not issued to us?
We do have to purchase them, sir.
From,
So thank you.
From ICC.
From the coding, okay, from those
Yes,
organizations.
International Codes
Textbook
Council.
company.
Right, yeah.
We have to do the same thing in our
Yeah.
office, we have to have
Now, are
everything
they,
updated.
we're talking about books. This is 2020.
Yeah, PDFs.
Electronic access, do we get electronic access? Is it both a?
You can,
a
but
digital,
it's
a digital?
just, doesn't matter, it's just as expensive for subscriptions to update and,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. It's good to have, I mean, I'm speaking from an architecture firm, I mean, it's good to just have the book in front of you and just be able to leaf through it. I
And
mean, you could go to a computer, but it's gonna cost the same thing. It's
And
just
it's gonna
sometimes
take a lot
having
more.
it right there is a lot easier, actually, than trying to search for, through thousands of pages of code.
Right, because you even put in a section of electrical, you're gonna come up with over, over 5,000 in electric, and you have to figure out which one that you want in electrical. So if you have an area of the book, how we were trained to actually go through the book, it's a lot easier to flip through it to find exactly what you want.
I mean, if you have a maybe early 20-year-old or 25-year-old, maybe not, but I got you. And thank you for using your material in the meantime. Appreciate that.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
So no problem, and then vehicle maintenance is what I have.
Questions, any other questions?
How much time, your office has been very helpful to me for getting outstanding permits closed. I want to thank you for the promptness of your response. But how much time do you find you're spending, you or your assistant going out and closing old permits that were issued 8-10 years ago that weren't closed out?
Quite a bit. I actually have one I was speaking about today. Before I came here at 8:30, I had a meeting with someone from a closeout permit for 2014. So there's quite a bit, and there's still, it's the time frame that you're asking, it probably takes about, I'll say like 2 days, but we still have to make sure we have all the material. For the one for the 2014 one, it was actually sent out to be scanned, and it never made it back into Munis. So we're actually searching for it right now, and hopefully Tony will be able to have that information stored somewhere that he'll be able to do this. So I will be able to see what inspections actually were done, so I can update the computer system and then finalize it so he'll be able to proceed on what he would like to do with his property.
Jeff, you bring up a good point. We know we have a problem with open permits, and it's there are really two reasons for it. One, either homeowners or contractors don't come close the permit at the time, and the second of which is we did not have a comprehensive system to be able to track those, and then we didn't have a program in place where we were getting quarterly updates. All right, these are the permits that are open beyond a certain amount of time. And give us the opportunity to go start. We were literally looking through paper files, right? So we're in the process of doing some conversions to make sure that we're able to do that. Because as you know better than anybody at this table, you get a real estate closing, and there's someone's got a new air conditioning system on the house, and there's no permit. No closed permit for it.
Or an 8-year-old air conditioning system that there's no closed permit for it.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So we understand the problem and the challenge, you folks, but thank you for your.
No, but that's why I wanted to compliment Kim and her staff for getting those things addressed quickly. But the other component is that's time spent on correcting old outstanding issues instead of working on the current projects.
Right.
And the workload has picked up significantly over there.
Yes.
There's, you guys saw it, the Board of Finance and the building permits, that's just the new building permits. General permits are up as well. At this point, how far out are you scheduling inspections?
For me right now, they're scheduling first week of February.
That's how busy they are right now.
I have a question about the part-time salaries. I understand the situation about not having money in the current year budget for the person who is now working. And now there's a second position in here. I guess my question is this the way that you would like to be staffed with these two part-time assistants? Also, I'm seeing their hourly rate, and if I'm doing the math right, it's more than what you make. So, does this make sense? Or is there a better way that you'd like to have this organized?
Well, I know from what I've been told that from 1984 to 2010, there's always been two building officials. So.
That's true.
Two,
was
so,
true.
so
And we-
full-time
yeah.
equivalents.
Two full-time building
Well,
officials.
they were two full-time people, actually.
So having two full-time people, and I realize there's an issue with benefits, or not an issue, but there would be an additional cost for benefits, but would that be, it might not be more, I mean, would that make more sense?
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, to have an extra full-time person and maybe a part-time will also be great too.
The requested amount, so it's 61,500, but the two part-time people together are about 1,200 hours a year. So it's not really a full-time, doesn't work out to one more full-time person, and it's, substantial costs.
Did we stop after 2010 was because everything came to a screeching halt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Building permits were down,
And now-
and it was an easy place to go get some money, back in the time.
Budget-wise.
Budget-wise.
The existing building official retired, the assistant became the building
Building
official,
official.
and there was no
So it was
assistant
attrition. Fill in.
put in.
Attrition. And as you can imagine, with the timeline that exists today, first week of February, first full week of February on inspections, I occasionally get some calls from contractors saying this is unacceptable. And I do have to say that Kim and George Godovan have been very accommodating when real emergencies arise, and they're responsive, so. And I will, in terms of your question, one of the considerations is George Godovan has been doing this on a part-time basis for a long time. He is well respected in the trade community. And he's, at this point, he has indicated he's gonna continue to work for us for a little while. But I think within the next year or so, he's probably gonna fully retire. At that point, I think it would make all the sense in the world to move that position to a full-time position.
I agree.
Agreed. And I hope I'm not speaking out
No,
of turn on
no, I
George's
don't.
behalf.
Yeah, no, but I totally agree. He's a wealth of information and very extremely helpful with me being in this new role.
Good.
Have you gotten any pushback on the increase in the building permits?
I got none whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Interesting.
And
In
I've not
fact,
received a
contractor said it was taking so long.
They're
Anything
doing what
further?
they've been in other towns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kim, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very
Have
much.
a great day.
Do we want to talk about revenue at all?
Yeah, we can certainly talk about revenue. The revenue projections are going from the adopted amount for this current fiscal year of 385,000 to 625, which is a pretty significant increase.
Yes. And I know that there are reasons for that, but I glanced at this year's revenues and we're only just slightly over the half, 54% collected. I guess my question is there, what are you seeing for the last half of this fiscal year besides of course the increase in the permit fees?
Which is the bulk of this.
That's what you're seeing, that's.
That is part of it, and also, when I'm out doing inspection, a lot of the contractors, I speak to them and, while I'm doing the inspection, and a lot of them are stating how well they're doing and how they're buying more property, or they're gonna be building more. So I based a lot of it on my conversations with them on future work that they're gonna be doing and pulling more permits.
So your anticipation is that on the 560 for this fiscal year, we're gonna meet that? No, I'm sorry, the budget's 385, but we're gonna collect it at 560, and then you're going up above and beyond
It's
that.
at 450,
on the revenue
it was
side.
625.
To 625, right.
625, you look at that.
And
You may exceed it.
And let's not forget, if you talk to the folks over at Planning and Zoning, there are several projects that are already in the door.
Yeah.
We have not yet issued building permits for,
Right.
or they've not yet been applied for, but there's some
It's
substantial.
great,
good
it's
number.
great
It's a-
news, I
it's
just
a
wanted
good
to.
increase.
You wanna make sure it's
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, well,
It's a good increase.
yeah,
And the
it's a big
building-
revenue
I don't
jump,
think
so
the
it's
building
good.
permit increase only has been in effect since, I think, November 1st.
Right,
So
right, it's still
only
very
been,
new, so this is, we're only
um,
experiencing a portion of it.
We're just
this
ending the
year.
third month of it, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And that's typically, November, December, typically our slowest
Slow
months of the year.
anyways,
Yeah, they're gonna,
Mhm.
they're gonna ramp up now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Good.
Good.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, do Board of Selectmen first.
Actually, next is natural resources. It was not in your board pack, but if you refresh, natural resources and planning and zoning
Refresh.
and health are being loaded as you speak.
It sounds so
Why
easy.
don't we
How do you do
take, should we
that?
take a 5-minute then?
Sure. Let's take a 5-minute.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
So you just need to refresh your board pack
Okay.
and they'll pop in.
Okay.
Thanks to Mitch, we noticed there wasn't there.
What does that mean? Go
You want a
out, go
break?
back in
Go
again?
back out,
On a
go
break.
back in, yep.
All right.
On a break, okay.
I got you, Ken.
Who brought the donuts?
Nobody. I was hoping I set a good example.
And we're back. Kevin, welcome to the table. Natural Resources budget.
All right, as with all the other departments, full-time salaries is flat. All negotiations happen this year. GIS is about the same as last year. Pretty much everything's stayed the same as last year, except for the tree budget, which increased another $15,000 to $120,000 a year. If you notice in the 2018-2019 actual expended, we did $117,500 of tree removal work. So that's my biggest line item on the budget there.
Gotcha. Okay. And the ritual is we always wind up cutting it on you, don't we?
That
So-
seems to be the ritual. I did
And
do.
hope for the best.
No, you cut it, but you always need more.
It still goes back up.
It goes
I
back
mean,
up.
If it's hazardous, it's hazardous, and
It is what it is.
we,
You gotta
I have
take
to
care of it.
spend it, or else, I mean, the alternate is expensive, so we have to do it.
Would you say most
I
of
had
it-
I had an opening question for you. It goes into the Public Works reports yesterday. They were talking about their increasing load and removing trees. And I wondered where this fits between the two departments.
They do as part of their winter road work and maintenance for the roads that they chip seal. They go along those roads and raise the branches and cut back anything that's dead that they can handle. But their ability to cut large stuff, Tom's been very careful lately of what they've been doing for larger and hazardous stuff, and been contracted more to get some of these hazardous stuff out with a bucket truck and properly removing them.
Okay.
Than their crews which don't have the proper equipment.
So there's a clear definition between what they are doing and what you're doing.
Yeah, mine are pretty much hazardous removals. They do road maintenances, so like I said, the school bus can go down the road, or large trucks can go down the road, and those branches which overhang, which interfere with that travel, they do, because they can reach up to about 15 feet safely. Once you get beyond that, they really can't work safely with their equipment they have there.
Charlie, you have a question?
Is the tree budget mostly trees that are along the roadways versus open space and that type of thing?
Very little within the open space. Actually, I have one this week, which I'm doing, which is bordered around one property, but I don't get to too many of those. But most of them are street trees or park trees.
And where's the line between your responsibility and Eversource? Or
I try to, if it's near the wires, within at least 10 feet of the wires, I have Eversource take a look to see if it's something they want to do.
Where's the difference between they want to do and it's their problem?
If their problem is when it touches their wire. Outside of that, it's discussion back and forth.
Or it's about to
Touches
touch-
the wire.
or it's about to
Touches the
touch the
wires within a foot or two of the wires.
Yeah, you
Where it's
don't want-
hazardous where our guys can't, where the tree companies say we can't work on it.
So it's a bit of a judgment call.
So a lot of it is If it's really close, I'll have them look at it. We actually made out well with
Well,
Eversource's work this past year.
No
They want
question.
it
County Road, they did.
Just recently, they're up on County Road, they did about 20 trees for me on County Road. They did over 100 trees for me up on West Street, north of Wilbur's Lane, from between Wilbur's Lane and including Beaver Head, where there's wires located, they did over 100 trees.
So the answer to my question is you have been working closely with them.
I've been
It
working
is
closely with them. I have also lining up, it's on their list, is a group on Peddlers and
Is their
up on
budget-
Moose Hill Road there.
Is their budget going forward, to the best of your knowledge, as strong as it has been in the past few years?
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I have to try to keep pushing them towards this time of year to do the work, because their money runs out coming into September or August in that period of time. So I'm trying to identify these ones close to the wires and get those removed. I'm also working with the ones which are on private property, which maybe back a little bit, but can threaten the wires. Those are the ones I've also been trying to.
Do the other companies that have wires on the poles have any responsibility?
They do have responsibility, but they hardly really see them out there much, because they don't require as much separation distance, let's say, to the wires as the power company requires. Every now and then, the phone company will do some trimming along their wires, but they don't have the voltage and stuff, which causes arcs and stuff like that. So they may come out and have something cut once maybe phones gets really scratchy in somebody's house or whatever, and they start tracing back the problem, but they really don't do the maintenance that the Eversource does. And it's Eversource, depending on the type of trim they do a standard maintenance trim, which is 8 feet on the side of their wires and about 15 feet above their wires and pretty much around their wire, and they won't cut below it on a standard maintenance trim. So you get these weird wire things running through the pump, through the phone and cable wires and around, because they leave it for those other companies to do. But then you get the extreme cutting, which is the ETT removal, which is the enhanced tree trimming work that they do, which is ground to sky trimming, where they brush cut everything along the road, prevent those from growing up the wires, and then they basically almost strip one side of the tree. In areas where we don't see the need for them stripping all the way up, we'll ask them to trim 20 feet above the wires, especially if it's a solid branch, which really is not going to break off, which maintains some shade along the road for people walking and enjoying and trying to maintain some of the historic and scenic views or fields of some of our roads there. But if there's critical infrastructure in the area, we'll have the full trimming like we did on beginning of South Union Street to Calvin Lee School. They did the ground to sky trimming there so we can try to maintain the services and get those back online quickly if there is a storm. So those had the more extreme cutting allowed for those there. This year I got their mapping, and there really isn't a ETT that I've seen on their mapping for this year. But they got about 7 or so miles of work of maintenance trimming they're proposing in town this year. Down a little bit from last year. I forget what the mileage was last year, but they had considerably a lot of mileage last year. They did pretty much Upper Long Hill Road, basically Shore Drive and north sort of was their trimming area, up County Road, West Street, a little bit up towards Great Hill, and then some work down along Moose Hill Road, Upper Moose Hill Road, Peddlers Road was last year's trimming. So they've been busy in town. There's always, the amount of road mileage we have in town, there's always a crew in town doing trimming. And residents which do have concerned trees on their property which overhang wires, those residents do call Eversource to see if they can remove them before the resident has to pay for that tree which threatens the wire removal. So
Do residents call you for those services, and you need to tell them
they call,
not the town's
they call
responsibility?
me if it's a private tree. I'll ask them to call because sometimes they're more responsive to a homeowner since they have less money than the town. Sometimes they see the town also has a pot of money for removal, so it's depending on the tree. So sometimes if it is a private tree, I do ask the homeowner to make the direct contact themselves because there are some signage, paperwork that needs to be signed off between the two
I see.
parties for permission and stuff for the removal of tree on the private property there.
And are there circumstances under which we would cut if it's a tree on private property?
If it's threatening a town road or if it's emergency removal, threatening, immediate threatening to the road or to the wires, something like that.
Thank you.
Karen,
Kevin, I was gonna ask you, I see the tree budget kind of going up year after year, and maybe faster than the town budget as a whole is going up. And I'm kind of curious, are we making some progress? I mean, I know they cause some danger, of course, if they fall on somebody, or are those more like lightning and severe
We
storms?
are, the budget's gone up in the past couple of years twofold. Actually, three main reasons are older sugar maples, which got planted about 200 years or so ago, are dying out, threatening road properties there. Couple years ago, up in the northern portion of town, we had a large infestation of the gypsy moth. 2 years of that, which then put several of the oaks in jeopardy, and those are dying off. A good group of those are dying off in North Guilford. And then we have the emergence of the emerald ash borer, which hit town about 2 years ago, and which is basically killing all our ash trees along our roads. That, my understanding from the studies out west, is that's an 8-year bump. So you have 8 years of defending, or basically removing trees from the ash borer. And we just about our second or third years into that.
So you're recognizing just more trees that
There are more
pose
trees.
a danger?
There are more trees posing a danger. I
Yeah.
used to go out and basically in front of my house was like one tree I marked.
Yeah.
I'm out there now and there's 3 trees.
Is
in
there any
trouble
data
from us.
that we're kind of like reducing injury or fatality because of trees over, I don't know, cycle 10 years, 5 years, something like that?
Of fatalities or anything like that? I'm trying to prevent fatalities.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's working.
Haven't heard of anything.
There, I mean,
I would suggest that the predominant reason for doing the trees is to protect the integrity of the grid, which is the electric grid. In November, Karen will attest to this, it's not unusual for us to get calls into the selectman's office about trees and tree issues. County Road has been a known problem for how many years?
Couple years now.
Couple years now. In fact, their outages tend to be more frequent and they're longer. So I actually received an email January 8th complimenting Kevin and the town for getting a significant amount of work done up on County Road. And that is directly attributable to Kevin's relationship with Eversource. We told the resident in November, after one of the storms where they were out for 3 days, because Eversource's resources are stretched very thin, that these were predominantly the responsibility of Eversource, but they were at the end of their fiscal year. But we were going to see what we could do to get scheduled at the first early part of the new calendar year where money was available. And within the first 8 days, Eversource was out working on those trees. So that's a testament to Kevin's relationship with Eversource.
You know, I just kind of raised the specter though too, you know, Eversource is a commercial company, right? I mean,
Right.
should we be helping them protect their equipment in their electric grid, or are we?
Well, we
Shouldn't
own,
that be there?
we own certain trees. We have the responsibility for trees within our right of way.
Okay.
And that's
by
typically-
statute, so
by
it's- I mean,
statute.
if they don't, if they don't decide to do it, I'm responsible for it. And we're also, part of it is services. I mean, there may not be a tree that gets their wires, it might be on the opposite side of the road, which comes down and blocks the road. If it takes out the wires, that road shut down for about 8 hours for the power company to come in there, reset poles, rerun wire, and it's a nuisance to those neighborhoods, especially if you're on a road where it's maybe the only way in and out, that you might be stranded in there, so it's.
2 hurricanes, we remember it very well.
So the hurricanes really did brought up the concern about the trees and the need to maintain the trees there. I mean, Eversource prior to Sandy and Irene were doing about 6-year cycles on trimming, if not greater than that. They're down to about a 4 or 5 year cycle on tree pruning and trimming and stuff now, so.
And there were also some cases where, you can talk to this one, Kevin, where there are trees that that are on our right of way, that could potentially be dangerous in terms of falling on somebody else's house. And that becomes, we get calls on those. You know, this tree is dying and everybody can see it, and but it's within our right of way. It's not even on their piece of property. There was a recent case, so those are our responsibility as well.
And we had a recent one, we're lucky where there's no identifying problem with this tree, which uprooted and went between two houses. Luckily, there was no damage to our houses, but a couple vehicles got damaged. So there's, like I said, we do the best we can, but sometimes we have x-rays and stuff to identify the problems in these trees, and they uplift and create issues. But we try our hardest to try to identify the worst of the worst, and those are the first priorities. And then I get calls from people saying, I want this tree removed, or I want this limb removed off this tree. But with our workload now, it's trees which are pretty much, I consider 80% dead or more, which are my highest priorities, and then from that down, I'll look at the others or take care of the others. It's basically a triage that we're at pretty much now.
Kevin was one of the early adopters of the BOC software system, and he's got a database of trees that he has identified and targeted. And I dare say that the number of trees that are on that list will not be afforded with the budget amount that we have here. So it's a multi-year schedule that he is currently working on.
There's some that come up which are basically put on a watch. Okay, I'll come back later, look at it. I mean, some are just people just don't like tall trees and they call about it, fear of it falling or hitting their properties and stuff there. Or dead branch over their property, which is actually, even though it's a town tree, I give permission for them to remove it, but I really don't go on and remove branches over people's properties and stuff. I give permission for those type of things.
So the trees that you removed, say, over the past year, what percentage of them do you think were on your target list as opposed to surprises or emergencies?
Most are emergencies and
most are
target, yeah.
So that means that you can't get to the ones that you want to have
Yeah, I
time
mean,
to
I
get to.
I sometimes almost have to put blinders going down the road.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have mental lists, but I don't have written lists.
Good. Anything further, Kevin? Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Planning and zoning. Did everybody find where that was? Good. George, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Hi, thank you.
Good. Anything you want to bring to our attention?
Full-time salaries, you know about that, those are salaries for 3 full-time employees, zoning enforcement officer, myself, and the administrative assistant. Commission secretary is part-time employee, fills in various places, supplemental meetings, and also covers the design review committee. We have a decrease in that proposed budget. The other line items are all pretty modest and basically holding firm. Slight increase in office supplies, which covers both printing of materials, which we anticipate a slight increase in, and also the clothing allowance for the zoning enforcement officer, which is a contractual item. And we've never budgeted that before, but we've put a little bit in there this year, and slight increase in vehicle maintenance.
This is loaded backwards.
And that's it.
My page may be backwards. Yeah, every time I turn it,
Oh, there
it
you
flips
go.
back.
About the revenue?
Oh, you're talking about revenue?
Mine seems to work. Back up for salaries, just the salaries? Yeah, just salaries is,
Hit the
The
turny
Turner.
thing.
The Turner.
Oh, yeah, that's what
Is that a
they're-
technical term?
Just thinking of that.
Yes,
is a
that is
technical
our
term.
official term
The
today.
attorney thing?
Yes.
Nice.
Can I just ask a quick
I-
question
Turning, yeah.
about vehicle maintenance? Is that just because of experience this current year, or Just,
It's a real, guess. You never know when something goes wrong with the car. It could be a big item, it could be a little item. The cars we use are all are fairly old.
okay, I mean, it's not a huge dollar amount, I'm just curious
No,
if
it's pretty hard to.
you saw it going up and that's what's driving it.
It's really hard to anticipate. Similarly with advertising, and public notices, we really don't know how many applications we're gonna get, and the rates are fairly stable, but, you have a big project and you end up having a lot of legal notice requirements. It's again hard to predict.
And we have a few of those potentially on the drawing board.
Right, we have some big projects that are, as you said, on the drawing board.
Is the transition from newspaper to digital?
Still not approved by the legislature.
It's all governed by the state.
I know, but I thought they were talking about it.
They are talking about it. But they
Talk
sort of
about
like-
it every year.
Yeah, tolls and legalizing marijuana, a few other things that they can't get around to figuring out what to do.
We love the Courier, we like to.
Absolutely.
We like to subsidize.
They love
print-
us, too.
print
In a
it.
in a newspaper of local circulation.
That's it.
Your notes mention an upcoming large print job. Is that related to the new code?
Partly, yes. We're figuring there's gonna be people wanting copies of it.
Sure.
We have some of that budget in the capital item. And this will be sort of preliminary to actually reprinting the whole thing.
Mhm.
As we consider various parts of it, we anticipate we're gonna be making copies for people. Again, it's hard to predict what the demand will be, but that's kind of what we're thinking.
And our placeholder there for the recodification zoning codes, do we?
Oh, that,
It's in the capital
it's,
budget.
Yeah.
we moved that to capital, it's
Okay,
just the
wanted-
line.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, the line's just printing, that's all.
Thank you.
Revenue fees go up in planning and zoning?
We're working on that right now, actually. We're attempting to redo all the fees over in the Town Hall South. Building code's already been done,
Right.
as you alluded to earlier. We're working on that now, so there'll be an increase in the fees. Exactly what they'll be, I don't really know. It's not a huge amount of money.
'Cause
unless you have
it's
some
flat
gigantic
right now.
project. That's, again, it's very hard to predict what projects are gonna be coming along.
We haven't met that target, so even with the increase,
Right.
Mm.
we wouldn't put it up anymore.
No, I would be conservative about that.
Good.
You already did zoning board of appeals earlier, I see on the agenda here.
Yes.
Okay.
It was relatively easy.
Pretty easy,
Yeah.
Mhm. That's it.
That's it?
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Health Department. Now we go back, right?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? Where's Health? Bear with us, Joseph, bear with me anyway.
Health is one of the ones that was just added.
Yeah.
Near the end.
Yeah.
It's already been cut.
Got it.
Yeah, totally out of the budget.
All right, Dennis, how are you today?
Good.
What would you like to bring to our attention?
Modest increases in my budget for next year. The full-time salary is pretty much static from last year to this year until negotiations are completed. Travel expenses staying the same as last year. Certified lab work, same, $1,600. That's for monitoring and maintenance of our two public water supplies we have here in Guilford, the Bittner Park and Lake Quannapock water supplies. Mosquito control budget, that's part of a 3-year contract, so that's staying the same. I think that's gonna be renewed, probably 2021, 22. Printing supplies, minor amount of cost for that, for printing out permits, brochures. Uniform clothing allowance, $200, that's a per union contract. Most of that money was applied to our sanitary and uniforms, equipment, boots and whatever. Office supplies staying the same. The only significant increase is in education and training. I was hoping to send my administrative assistant to the Munis training coming up in 2020-21. I think that's going to be in Orlando or somewhere. So I added $2,500 to that account to pay for that expense. And my administrative assistant is kind of the go-to person in Town Hall South for help with the Munis system. So I think she could benefit from the training she did last year. It was very beneficial. Vehicle maintenance basically staying the same. We have some newer old cars which are pretty reliable, so we're pleased with that. So my total proposed increase is right now 1.6% increase over last year's budget. But of course, that's dependent upon how salaries work out with the negotiations. As far as my revenue goes, I've showed a slight increase in that also, about $2,356 increase. Like with George, we're going to be adding some more probably costs to our permits and adding a few more permits as well. State health departments now requiring that local health departments inspect nail salons. They've turned that responsibility over to us. So we're anticipating, some income from that. I don't know what the fee will be for a nail salon at this point, but it's somewhat modest. We only have to inspect them once a year. But our restaurants, our food service permits, occasionally we get some new restaurants, but sometimes they out of business as well, so that's pretty static. But these will all be probably adjusted with a slight increase in our permit schedule coming up in probably the next 6 months. So no real large anticipated source of income. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the summary.
You feel the mosquito control program is adequate the way it is right now?
Yeah, we had very few complaints last year, and I think it's because our contractor does a really good surveillance program in the saltwater marshes, is basically where the program is limited to saltwater areas along the shoreline. We don't do mosquito control up north, Guilford, but they do, monitor the vernal pools in the marshes and take, counts of the mosquito larvae. They actually, larvicide them weekly. So they've been able to control the mosquito hatch, from the larvae to the adults. So it's been, quite amazing to, to know that we haven't had complaints like we did maybe 15, 20 years ago when we just be overrun by mosquitoes. So they've pretty much found all the places where they can hatch. I don't think you can really do it any better. We don't want to spray, obviously. We want to do the larviciding instead of the spraying.
What about Lake Quannapock?
We don't have any complaints about Lake Quannapock mosquitoes. No. We don't really larvicide or freshwater ponds, in North Guilford because it would be too costly. The real nuisance mosquito problem is the saltwater marsh mosquitoes that are very aggressive and bite. They'll chase you down. So we don't really
work for the Red Cross.
We can't control our mosquito in Guilford, so we
But for years we had a program at Lake Quannapock, state subsidized program, to control the
algae or
the algae.
Yeah, I think that was a different program. I think Kevin was involved in that, controlling the growth of the algae and the weeds. But that's not really related to the mosquitoes.
Okay.
Yeah, we get one from Choke. Choke's 2,500.
Yeah.
Although we're reaching out to them for an additional contribution.
Yeah, well, okay.
I'm just curious about the UNIS training. You guys use UNIS to enter your expenses, right?
Yeah, we use Munis for all our permitting, expenses, revenue income, issuing permits. It's a complete package.
Okay, so you're using that extensively in your department?
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the admin assistant Dennis is referring to was the one that facilitated revamping of all the codes in Munis for the new building permit fees.
Right.
That's something that she's just recently completed, so she's subject matter expert in that building.
That's townwide though, right? Everybody uses Munis, right?
Most everybody.
Not sure if this is maybe the right venue, but could we get an update on how things are going down on the water project? Can we? I know you've been very involved in that, and that's why I'm bringing it up, is just the status of
The construction probably of the water main, the installation of the pipes and the trenching and all that's probably more than 50% completed now. And they're on schedule. I think they'll have all the pipes installed probably by, according to the contractor, I spoke to it yesterday, probably by end of April, May. And then they have to hook up the residents to the pipes.
Right. But the mains are.
Yeah, mains are installed.
Great.
I want to add some comments. True Blue, their contractor, has received nothing but compliments from the neighborhood, the residents. They are very communicative, they're very accommodating, and folks have plenty of advance notice on when work is going to take place, when they're going to be inconvenienced, because as anyone who's been down that neighborhood, there's not a lot of room, and when they're shutting stuff down, they're basically they're not completely shutting down. People will always have access. Emergency services will always have an access to the homes, but they've done just a great job of working with the neighbors. So.
Great concern. Thank you, Dennis, for all your work.
Anything further? Nope. Dennis, thank you very much. All right, now we're going to go to Board of Selectmen. Karen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So for the Board of Selectmen budget, other than our contractually obligated increases, you'll notice an increase in requests for education and training. Noticed a bigger interest on the behalf of boards and commissions, Board of Selectmen in particular. This year, many of them attended the CCM convention. We've had more board and commission members interested in attending things like the FOIA annual conference. And so we've asked for a little more money in that line to accommodate that. Also asked for an increase in the code maintenance line. We've been adding or amending ordinances. This past year, the building fees, we've had the plastic bag ordinance, and as you just heard some of the other departments speak to, they'll be looking at their fee increases, which would mean amending ordinances, so we've asked for a little more money there. We realized a savings of about $2,000 in the postage line. We were able to negotiate with a new vendor for our postage meter, so that gave us a little savings. And the other item of note, there's a new line that you'll notice, Guilford Fair Parade. Guilford Rotary this year is requesting support from various other entities for support for the Fair Day Parade, as they've noticed a decline in support from their usual revenue sources. So they're reaching out to us for $1,000 to help the parade, pay for the parade this year.
The consultant line, what is that?
The consultant, let's see.
36.4?
Well, that was
There's nothing,
That's
yeah,
gone,
that
that's
wasn't,
gone.
yeah, that's not, yeah, that was there for a few years.
Questions?
Thank you.
Get out while you
can. Before anyone changes their mind.
No, because Karen already.
No, at their own peril. Yeah. Legal. Good morning, Pam.
Good morning.
Hey, Pam.
How are you? Okay. You see the salary, and that's under contract, so that's not gonna change. As well as the part-time salary. General legal expense, we're asking $90,000, and that is contract preparation on more sophisticated contracts. Also, town real estate development matters, such as affordable housing. We do occasionally have environmental issues where we have to hire an environmental lawyer to give us good advice. Litigation, there are some litigation matters that aren't covered by town insurance, such as Simon the dog. FOI matters, this is primarily police matters. I usually have Pete Barrett work on those. The recurring deep Army Corps matters, there are no additional matters. This is the same group of issues we have had, and we're still working through them. We feel we've made a lot of progress with deep, thanks to Janice and Malone and McBroom. But Army Corps is a work in progress, and depending on the outcome, we may pursue that and not necessarily just agree. The court stenographer, that's a standard of 2,000, is creating the record for land use matters. Labor negotiations, asking for 120,000. According to Mitch, we have 5 union contracts to commence negotiation. Some of that will be this spring, so under my current budget, but a lot of it may be in the new fiscal year. Police grievances are also in this line item, general employee grievances, and then there's just a couple of heart and hypertension cases that are still out there. Judgment and losses, 5,000, that's kind of consistent throughout the years. It's a reserve account for judgments not covered by town's insurance, so it will exceed the town's umbrella. Assessment reval claims, the tax appeals, so that's now coming down quite a bit from last year to 50,000, because we're in the 3rd year of the appeals from the October 1, 2017 reval. And I get that number from Halloran Sage, is now doing all of our tax appeals, and I got an estimate from them, so it's kind of within that. General zoning matters, 20,000. I got input from Chuck Anders on that, who's our land use lawyer. There are some matters that, depending on the outcome, U-Haul and J.J. Sullivan, those matters might fall under here. Dues and memberships are, a lot of the required ones I need to do as a Connecticut Bar Association member, and also some of the purchasing. And education and training is 1,500, and that's it.
Questions?
On the labor negotiations, do we use the same attorney generally for all of the unions, or do we?
Yes. Chris Hodgson.
Okay.
Which, that's a change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chris has done police for a
He's done
number
the
of
police
years.
the last
right?
couple times.
And Mike Dornery retired.
Exactly. Correct.
So Chris is now,
Okay.
he's with Bertram and Moses.
All right.
Charlie, you've worked with him, right?
Something we did on Board of Ed, which doesn't help us with this year's budget, but we tried to kind of spread out when the contracts were expiring, so we would have shorter
That'll be the attempt.
years.
I can answer that. So
Okay.
that'll be the attempt this year. It kind of just fell this way because we ended up with some 3-year, some 4-year, some 5-year
Oh.
contracts
Oh,
that
I
just
see.
coincidentally ended
Okay.
up all in the same year.
So it's not always going to be all the same year.
No, and I
We
expect
just got
this.
lucky.
We've got some ideas on how to spread those out.
Okay.
But there'll always be a couple per year with 6 contracts.
Right.
And typical 3-year cycles, you're always gonna have a couple. This year is
Mhm.
extraordinary. But this past
Okay.
year, we had 0, so it works.
Okay,
A lot of
thanks.
work ahead.
Is the
And I got
120
an
going to cover
question.
it?
Do you think
The
there's
one-
any opportunities for us to maybe reduce legal expenses by maybe looking at some of our policies? Is there any opportunity where we could maybe be avoiding litigation if we were clearer about something in zoning, or, and, this is just generally speaking?
I can't really come up with something on that. I
No.
mean, we see, I've looked at other towns' budgets and, look back 5 to 10 years on like land use matters, so I have a good feel that we're in a reasonable place. Nothing is
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, they may be delicate too, and it might not be something to
Right.
discuss here, but, maybe,
Well-
maybe we can avoid litigation sometimes.
Well, I think the recodification of the zoning codes is a clear example of that. By making things clearer, it theoretically should reduce confusion and/or misrepresentation, which often involves the use of our land use attorney, Chuck Anders, to weigh in on some of those matters.
And I wasn't alluding
Nominal
to
No,
impact.
no, I
possible
think
problem
that's,
there,
that's a
just
good
general
point.
question.
That's a good point.
And it's not always, I mean, it's not necessarily litigation, it's paying for expert
Expertise.
subject advice on certain things, like
Yeah, and-
this, just as an example, because it's near and dear to my heart, this affordable housing project. We needed to use an attorney for a part of it to make sure that we were doing everything correctly and that the developer we picked was also doing everything correctly. That isn't gonna happen every year.
You know, those and environmental, that's a real expertise, and you wanna get that right, because the liability exposure, if you don't do it right, is immense, so, sometimes you have to bite the bullet and get the right advice on things like that.
Yeah.
I think I think with the new town engineer, and, arguably, younger people coming in more environmentally sensitive to the rules and the laws on that area, is gonna really help the town in terms of doing things right going forward with permitting and
Yeah, that might have
sensitivity
been
to
an
those
area that
issues.
I would have mentioned too,
Yeah.
but things like that have happened in the past.
So I think we're on the right track with that.
A few years back, we took a hard look at the different appeals process, whether it be tax appeals and whatever, and almost at a cost-benefit thing, and rather than dragging something out,
Yep.
we did that years ago.
Yeah, I think that the one thing that can be done to really reduce both that kind of situation where litigation comes up and just overall keep costs down is to have a good inside counsel. So, who's conservative, and we keep up with all the training and whatever tools are necessary. So I think it's huge for us.
With 5 agreements on the table and 20, is 200,000 gonna be enough to cover that
Well,
legal?
it's actually 120.
120.
Plus
I
170.
got Chris Hodgson's estimate on that, and it falls, his estimate on his time on these matters is below that, so I'm going above it. Depends on the lawyer. If it was Dorney,
Be
who I
a factor
have
of
the
two.
most esteem and respect for, but I think we're.
It's still
And remember,
$50,000
Ken,
savings.
there's $170,000 in the current budget for labor negotiations, because we've
They will-
already
they
started,
all
we've already
commence
started
this
the
fiscal year.
negotiation.
Right.
And the goal is to
Some of them, not all.
complete them all in this fiscal year. I just don't realistically think that's gonna happen. I think
Yeah,
it's gonna.
wouldn't think so.
So in effect.
So we have
there's-
enough money.
In effect, there's,
2 years.
yeah, 2 years
Yeah.
of the funds.
I was under my original estimate of 200. It's really low.
Anything further? Thanks, Pam.
Yep.
Employee benefits. Mitch, you want to switch chairs, or are you okay right there?
It's up to you. You
No,
want to
you're.
switch
Human
Wait,
resources.
Human resources before employee benefits.
Oh, human resources, that's
That's
right.
right. Okay, human resources, the full-time salaries for myself and the administrative assistant, those are both contractual. There's no part-time salaries in the budget. The expenses in travel, I have reduced by $200, but I've flipped it. The $200 you'll see has been put into education and training. It's more of a balancing. They kind of go hand in hand. And where we get charged to, I've been able to reduce the expenses for travel, but increase the education and training to be more accurate. The printing costs have gone down a bit, primarily because we have adopted the VOC system for the personal activity form, which is gonna negate the need to print any more of those. It was a major expense because it was a 4-part form. It's now been eliminated by putting things electronically through VOC, which is working out very well thus far. The office supplies, just looking at what we need for next year, feel that this will be an accurate number. And the permits, dues, and subscriptions, some of them have gone up slightly, so I've shown a slight increase there with some of those things to keep up with those articles for the department. Any questions?
The salary increases, that already includes the contracted increase for the
Correct,
year?
there'll be no further increases into that, unlike some of the others that you've listened to. These are already contractual, myself and Sally's are personal contracts as opposed to union contracts.
Okay, are those just merit increases, or do they include some kind of step increase, or?
For myself, it's pretty much set up as the increase, the yearly increase would be commensurate with others. For the administrative assistant, she was put on a 3-year step increase to bring her up to an appropriate salary after taking that position out of the union and making it a confidential non-supervisor position where it was more appropriate.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
I got that.
Anything further? Good.
Employee benefits?
Benefits.
Okay. All right. Reserve for personnel is all those salaries we've been not discussing for the last 2 days. Mary Jane and I have worked hard to try and come up with what we feel is an appropriate amount for the total amount of increases with all those contracts, and a few other things that may happen with any other adjustments, and that's why that number is significantly increased from last year, where we didn't have the same, any contracts really up for renewal. The retirement plans, that includes our pension plan. It also includes the contribution we make to the Teamsters plan, the deferred compensation for the first selectman, the actuarial fees that go into all our plans, the volunteer firefighters financial security plan, some legal fees that are associated specifically with our retirement plans, all the pension plan contributions for next year, which we're showing a slight decrease in that particular area. The police pension plan, there's a slight increase, kind of offsets, there's still a slight decrease overall in the pension plans, which we're happy to report. Our defined contribution plans are up simply because more and more people are going into the defined contribution plan as people roll off the defined benefit plan, the traditional pension plan, which I think all of you realize is a closed plan. And so that's pretty much it as to where we have the retirement plans. The heart and hypertension is an ongoing account that we put plug in a number for because of some ongoing claims that are in the wind. The retirement benefits are 2 contractual benefits for former employees that are the same every year. The FICA is based on our salaries, including our reserve for personnel projections, which will go up slightly. We're looking at a slight increase there based on the increases in salaries. Of course, some of that is offset and included in this by the people that are in what we call the Premier Plan, those people not subject to FICA, which includes our part-time and seasonal employees, which helps reduce the account for us and the obligation that we have. Unemployment, that's pretty much guessing based on separation of employment. We've had some this year, thinking that it's going to be about the 24,000 this year and probably the same next year. It's, it is what it is when it comes through. We try to give our best guesstimate. Another best guesstimate is retiree sick leave. You'll see that that's gone up significantly because we are expecting, as you heard yesterday from the Public Works, we're expecting retirements in Public Works. Some of our more mature employees who are still under retirement sick leave program. We're also looking at a few other people that we believe have either indicated or probably will indicate in the next 18 months that they'll be retiring. This is a line item that will eventually phase downward quite a bit, but there are still a number of people that are eligible for retiree sick leave, and it's only if they retire from the town, not people that leave or are terminated. They have to retire, and they also have to be, in their contract, it would state how many days they are eligible for.
Longevity, we have put a freeze on, so that is decreasing from the standpoint that as those few people left on longevity, as people actually do retire, that particular item does slowly decrease, as you can see over the last couple of years, and will continue to do so. Our medical insurance, Mary Jane and I have spent a lot of time with our insurance broker, our insurance company, with Anthem, and we're looking at some adjustments that are looking at a very small increase in next year. Most of that is due to the fact that we do our medical along with the Board of Education, and the number of contracts kind of weighs into things. So whereas there may be a slight decrease, our percentage of contracts went up a little bit compared to theirs, which is made an adjustment there. But our overall medical budget also increases a little bit based on the number of people in the health savings account. The town makes contributions to the health savings. Actually, that was gonna go down a bit this year. We're actually looking at, we do contribute to the Teamsters Medical as part of their contract. We also have a very slight decrease in the amount of reimbursement to employees who waive coverage of their health insurance, which is included all in that particular line item. Life insurance is pretty much based on the number of employees, which has gone up slightly, so therefore that account has gone up slightly. Our employee assistance program, same thing. We've got a state rate on that with the EAP. It goes up slightly just because the number of employees goes up slightly. Long-term disability insurance. This is an item that we've inserted into the budget. It's contractual with police and fire new hires. Those that are not included in the pension plan, that are on the defined contribution plan as part of the move to defined contribution plan, there was a safety net put in there for long-term disability insurance for those employees. So as, once again, more people come off the pension, go on to the defined contribution, this too will increase, and we have a slight increase there. And the waste transfer station reimbursement is something Mary Jane figures out based on all of our employee benefits that are reimbursed to us for that area. Questions?
I'll ask you one, Mitch.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
All right. So I'm just curious, as the employees switch over to the defined contribution plan.
Yeah.
Do we actually expect maybe the 5,000, 52,000 line for retirement plan, that big number? Do we expect that maybe to go down sometime in the future as the?
That's the overall goal, but you have to understand that the changeover from defined benefit to defined contribution is a very slow process, and it's also one that whereby we still have a significant obligation to our pension plan. And as people are going on defined contribution, there's actually less contributed into the pension plan from those employees as they retire. So it should, yes, and it will. I'm confident that it will, and that's why we did what we did. It also provides us a lot more stability going forward.
So when is kind of difficult.
When is kind of difficult, that's true. But as you look at this also for budgeting purposes, you can see that this particular year we had in our retirement plans, not as big an increase as we may have seen in the past. We're getting more stability, especially with the defined contribution plan, since we know what the percentage is going to be each year. That's just going to go up by the way the salaries will go up, as opposed to these big up and down, and more so up, that we see with a defined benefit plan. So.
And if you look at the backup provided for the retirement plans, you'll see that although the police contribution is increased, the cumulative of all other contributions have actually gone down.
Okay, and let me just add, that is also with the pension committee making some significant changes to our assumptions that will bring us more into line where we should be, and also help stabilize these numbers in the pension going forward, much more so than we've seen in the past. Raising our assumption rate higher, and also some mortality tables being listed in line with what other public sector employees should be. We're confident this is, we're on the road, we're on the right road.
I got one more just quick clarification, and that was that for retirement sick leave, you said you're kind of anticipating I think 3 employees leaving.
Oh, much more,
Sure.
we're looking at more than 3.
Oh, more than
Next-
3.
Yeah, more than 3. It's just that you heard yesterday, we have 3 people that have definitely already indicated they will be leaving from the Public Works Department within the next fiscal year. We're expecting, just based on longevity of certain people, that there'll be other significant retirements. You know, some of our police have reached that point where they've reached the time where they will probably
Okay.
put in for retirement, and others. This is a guesstimate, we've got a fund set up
Yep.
for that, and that's.
But the guesstimate is more than 3, that's what it drives.
Oh, yeah, the guesstimate's
6.
much more than 3. In the next looking forward for the next 18 months from now, you know, towards the end of next June, yeah, we're looking at significantly more than 3.
Mitch, you want to address how we have limited that liability over time with various contracts?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Matt. Jonathan and everyone else, there are, you know, you're seeing a big spike in that now because we reached the point where the people that still have that benefit are retiring. But even after, you know, it depends on the contract, but people who started here, let's say after 1992, for instance, 1996, don't have this benefit. All right, depending on the contract. Now, certain contracts took a lot longer. The firefighters took a lot longer to get that into their contract, for instance. But in terms of, you know, other contracts, in terms of, especially in terms of police, in terms of the Teamsters, that's phasing, we'll be phasing out over the next several years, and it'll just phase downward. But, you know, we expect, based on where people at and the people that were hired before those dates, to see some retirements, and they don't retire, you know, the money doesn't get spent. It's just, but we're budgeting, thinking that we're looking at that and trying to make our best guesstimates.
I would imagine there'd be a similar impact with regard to the longevity item as well.
Longevity is much more limited. We've eliminated longevity for almost all the contracts. The only one that's left really is GEA and a couple of the Teamsters. There's only a few people left. It's probably less than 20 people of all our employees that are receiving longevity. It's not a large amount either, per person, but it is something that's been negotiated out of the contracts as many public sector avenues have done. We just did it sooner than others, so our exposure to longevity is much less.
So there will be a reduction, but it won't be as substantial as it is with.
Yeah, because longevity is only, we're only
There's
looking
a
at
handful.
$7,000.
There's
you
only,
know.
only a handful of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said 3 that you knew of in police. How many more?
No, I had 3 we knew of in the Teamsters.
Oh, the Teamsters.
I don't, this is where we do some guesstimates there, Ken. I don't have necessarily paperwork. People come in to see me usually anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months when they decide they're gonna retire. So it's really a guesstimate that we look at each year. But looking at the number of people that are eligible and things that the people I've spoken to, people who've asked for retirement benefits, people who have, you know, started hinting at it, I believe we're gonna have, you know, some turnover in the next 18 months.
Yeah, we track this pretty closely. Mitch has got a spreadsheet that shows age, number of years of service, eligibility, dates for retirement, impact based on their various contracts. So it's not a guess. It is a guess at one point, but it's based on some
Yeah.
pretty significant
Yeah.
data.
Mhm.
What is, there's one.
Guess is in the who, and not the dollar
Not the
amount.
dollar amount.
That's
So-
right.
So there, but the other point that's important to make, and Mary Jane can validate this, is that if we don't expend those funds in any given year, they stay in an internal fund. So we've built up a cash balance in there. So, and there are years where sometimes it gets spent, all of it gets spent. Some years where it doesn't, or none of it gets spent.
Yeah.
So it continues to grow. So that's an area that we'll probably take a look at.
Okay,
All right.
that's on my list of items to discuss.
And the same with the heart and hypertension. In the last 2 years, you spent $278 and $2,300, but yet you have that $20,000 in as a placeholder. But once those
Claims.
4 potential claims are settled or not settled, then that's gonna roll off too. right?
Yeah, that should as well, but you see, that's an area where we've had a couple of people that are eligible, and there's very few that are, but people are eligible for heart and hypertension benefits where they put in the claim. It's a long process of going through. There's a lot of attorneys and doctors involved. We know that there's a couple of them out there that are being put through the system, so we're expecting to see some liability there, whether it's gonna be the 20,000, hopefully it's not, but that's what we've been budgeting for each year, just to give ourselves a cushion, because those could be significant.
One of the items in here is the 25-year buyout that the town's contributing to the Teamsters pension plan.
Right.
Are we close to the end, or
No,
we're
we're probably about 4 or 5 years in.
Okay.
Of that. That was based on the last Teamsters contract, putting the Teamsters onto a much more stable pension, and also one that became, in the long run, less costly for us and less volatile for us.
Okay.
And you can see that buyout amount for 25 years is a fixed amount for the 25 years. It will not change.
Okay.
And that was part of the negotiation that we did. That was Attorney Dorney, working very, very closely with the Teamsters National and the New England Division to get that done. It was, in the long run, a very successful negotiation for all of us.
Great. Thanks.
Going back to the retirements.
Sure.
For those that you're not certain of and are making a well-educated guess.
Yeah.
On the salary expense side in the various department budgets, there could very well be a benefit when those people retire, and it's a loss of wisdom and experience, but it could be a financial benefit if they're replaced with younger, newer employees. I shouldn't say younger.
Could be, depending on, who the people are that are retiring and what position they're in.
But we haven't factored that in because
No,
we don't
we have not
have enough
factored that in.
information to do it.
Yeah.
Would there be any point to reaching out to the workforce and asking if anybody's planning on it? Could they make it known, or?
Not sure.
No, I would venture not to do that, because
Yeah.
it could border on age discrimination, so we let people come to us.
Oh, interesting.
But
Yeah.
we're trying,
My,
for
my.
budgeting
Okay.
purposes, we're trying to budget as closely as we can. Like I say, some people, and I wouldn't name names here, some people have already indicated they're going to retire. Others have already said that they're looking at certain times. And I get people, and I don't wanna pick on the police department, but I get police officers, they'll come through, they'll look at their numbers, they'll get their numbers, I'll think they're gonna retire, and they say, nah, let's stick it out for another year or 2 years based on whatever their situation is. So
Yeah.
it revolves, but it'll be, I think we'll see some significant impact in the next year and a half.
Thank you.
Anything further? Good, Mitch, thank you.
Insurance.
Yep, insurance
Next.
next.
Okay.
Oh, can I squeeze one more?
Sure.
No.
Sure,
Go ahead, John, no, go
Maybe
ahead.
it's not hard, I don't know. But why is the waste transfer station reimbursement in this section?
Can you help me with that?
Because it's offsetting these particular items.
Okay.
It's an offset to all the other items in the line item.
All right, I didn't,
Benefit, all their
Alright.
benefits, pension,
Life insurance.
right.
All
The town,
those.
the town pays that portion, but the waste transfer.
okay,
covers
it makes sense by some,
In other departments, you may see that right within the line item. We have a separate line item, for that.
okay, let me not stop you from going on.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, insurance, workers' compensation, we have entered into a 3-year step agreement with KERMA. We had some significant workers' compensation claims and losses, but we've entered into a step agreement that will, gives us a maximum increase of 5% a year. So therefore, show a 5% increase in this particular line item. The liability, auto, and property, fortunately, has been fairly stable, only looking to increase this by about 2%. We expect that's mostly because of just replacement of equipment. As we replace older equipment, newer equipment, the value goes up, therefore, we'll see an increase in our liability, auto, and property in that line item, but I think it will not be anything too significant. The insurance for crime, fiduciary liability, seeing an increase there, mostly in the case of our fiduciary liability for our pension, and this is a good news, bad news. The reason our liability goes up on the pension is because our pension assets go up, and it's directly related to that. So as our assets go up, which is a good thing, it does create a little bit of an increase in how much our insurance on those assets goes up. So there's a small increase there. The miscellaneous insurances, I believe, will stay the same. Our deductibles, we have a $10,000 deductible per claim. Each year we put in for 2. We've got 2 running right now. So 20,000 is probably a good number for that. The insurance consultant is contractual at $10,000 a year, and the reimbursements, once again, waste transfer station, the library in this case, and police outside services.
Same story.
Same thing. And then we are, as a long-term member of KERMA, they have put together an equity distribution, which we receive every year. And this past year, we received about $79,000. We're budgeting, it's a guesstimate here, but the same as we got this past year. We budgeted was $74,000. We're hoping that there'll be an equity distribution again this year that will be able to offset our insurance line by $74,000. Any questions? Great. If not, where's Tony? You're up. Thank you.
Come on up, Tom.
He's just trying to get off the hot seat.
If anyone cares, 7 years. I'll probably be out of here in 7 years. All right.
Put that into the
Unless you hit the
7-year
lotto.
plan.
Unless unless you hit the lotto.
No, I'm not on that list. All right, I'm going to talk about, I'm just going to talk about changes. I'll go down the list here. Jump down to ChimeNet, townwide network. That is in there now for monitoring and our hardware for our fiber WAN. That has come into play because the annual financing for fiber tech is now 0. The next one down. No other changes there. We go all the way down to software licensing, Aerohive. That's our wireless access points. That's in there now because we just finished our 2-year licensing that we had when we initially purchased them. Down to the Dell Sonic Wall, that is now gone because in capital I have to replace our firewall.
Currently.
And that's going to be licensed for 6 years, so you're not going to see anything in there for a while for a firewall. Now you go down to the big one. The big change is the Connecticut Computer Service Agreement. That includes our Cisco, Microsoft, our Veeam backup, the HP hardware, Zix, which is our spam filtering, and VMware for our virtual licensing. That's the agreement that comes into play with Connecticut Computer Service. Everything else is the same. The computer down. Computer software, the only little change in there is under printers. We upped that a little bit. They're getting old. Overall, we're less. Budget's a little bit less, right?
We did want to just comment a little bit on the new position that was put in for IT. Remember last year we came in with a request for a part-time person to assist town hall or anything outside of public safety. Since Tony's the only person, you did approve public safety IT person last year who is in place. We have been trying to get him over here because Tony's going to be going on vacation. We are finding that the needs in public safety are great. And we've been having, some a little bit of difficulty bringing him over here, but we're hoping to. So we're really assessing that for this year.
He said he has a lot of work, enough there to keep him busy.
So we're spending this year assessing that, and after this year, maybe next year's budget, we might revisit something in that area.
In the interim, we'll have some department level meetings with fire and police relative to the expectations that were set when we approved that position, which was they would provide backup. So we'll
address
those issues.
Just so you know, the backup is good.
Right.
It's just the day-to-day
stuff,
stuff,
right.
which he can't be here for that.
Right.
Can you speak to the education and tech support? Is that training for ongoing programs as things change, or what exactly is that $10,000?
The bottom one? Yeah, that could be anything like for me or anyone if I want to go for like VMware training. I have all these ideas in my head, but I'm never have the time to do it.
I don't think he's looking at the details.
Which one?
Of those, the 3 items. He's looking at the.
Oh,
total.
the on-call,
On-call, yeah.
Yeah.
the on-call technical support would be
No, I'm
like,
talking, education tech support, it was running 7,000, 4,000, and now it's at 10,500.
last year it was 10.5.
Yeah, in the current budget, it's 10.5.
In the previous too, right?
Same.
Right.
We only expended, 7,400.
But
It
half
makes a
of
big
half of
difference.
it-
It makes
Yeah.
a big difference where some of these trainings are. For instance, the Munis training, I believe, in that 18-19, was that the year it was in Boston?
Yeah,
So
so
we
it'll
had,
either go up or down.
You know, we could go to LA next year, you know what I mean? So, it fluctuates kind of based on where some of the trainings might be that Tony goes to. That's
'Cause I
where
know
see
we
the
were
fluctuation.
expanding Munis, I didn't know if it was specific to, other departments and training them and getting them all
This is
coordinated.
specifically Tony's training.
Health had the same issue, wasn't it health?
Health department has put
Yeah,
in money for that.
For their
next year.
own, yeah.
He'd come forward,
They
and
had their
his
money.
budget
That
went
was
up $2,500 to try to
Building
send
department.
his,
To Orlando, yeah.
his administrative
Well,
assistant. to
Orlando
go.
is in the current fiscal year, next fiscal year won't be Orlando, but I didn't bother, you know.
Right.
Also, nearly half of that line item is for on-call technical support.
Right, so that could either, if things are going well, we're not spending it. If I need some outside help with something that either I don't know or just extra help, I will use it.
In the recent audit that was presented to the Board of Finance from Bloom Shapiro the other night, the person giving the summation said that they had wasn't a criticism, but it was a kind of a comment about cybersecurity issues and hackers and the things that we're all vulnerable to in our
puzzles.
life and
Yeah.
anywhere. But is there anything more that you're doing this year or anything?
Yes.
Because it says cybersecurity here, and I just figured I'd ask.
This probably, the cybersecurity in here was more, I think, for using an outside penetration test, which we're trying to work with SCROG,
Council of Governments.
the Council of Governments, to get they're doing a grant to use their money.
I'll reiterate what I said the other night at the Board of Finance meeting, which was, this is really a multiple-year project that we've been engaged in with information technology upgrades. The Connecticut computer was the first phase. We are in, Tony just mentioned the firewall that's being removed. Well, we're now going to current generation of firewall services. Once that project is completed, that's when it's appropriate for us to do the penetration test or the
Right.
cybersecurity threat test, whatever you want to call it. So it doesn't make sense to do it when we know that there are holes that we are already addressing. So, and Tony's right, the Council of Governments has just applied, made their formal application to the state for one of the regional service grants, which is going to cover cybersecurity, an allocation for cybersecurity to the member towns in the South Central Regional Council of Government, and we anticipate getting money. It is specifically for these types of testings. So.
That doesn't mean we're not secure. We're doing
No, I know,
well.
you know, it's just constantly brought up at any time you're involved with anything,
Right.
so.
Didn't another
Sounds
board of
great.
ed in Connecticut just get it or something?
I don't know, I didn't see
Old Card or something?
I don't know. It's bad. I mean, it comes down to the end user, really.
Right.
Yes.
You know, getting tricked. And usually 99% of the time it's through email.
Right.
But I have two things in place to handle that. On the endpoint, which is the desktops, and on the firewall. And with the new firewall, it should be even better.
Do we have ransomware insurance?
We have cybersecurity
Security insurance,
insurance,
right.
yes.
Yeah, same thing. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you
very
Tony.
much. You're welcome.
Brian around? Can I-
He was here.
You got it? Thanks, Ron. Another Board event got whacked recently?
Woken,
Woken, really?
one did. Ransom.
Yeah, that penetration testing stuff is pretty interesting, because they do, not only is it a technical one, but they do a social engineering test as well. They send in these, you know, emails, yeah, to get people to
We do it
respond.
at the bank.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
We
remarkable.
do it at
Well, yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Well,
Actually, you know, not to tell tales out of school, but Tony yells at people, and you get an email that looks suspicious. If you forward it to Tony, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Don't open it, don't send
You
it
have
around.
a question or a
Don't
gut,
touch it.
delete.
That's right. That's right.
well, and you can catch 20 of them and get all smug about it, and then the 21st
First
one you
one,
click on.
that's right, that's right.
From personal experience.
Good morning, Brian and Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I really like how this group tries to save some of the best till last. The economic development and the golf course coming up here. So
And
I-
finance, don't
And
forget.
finance.
Oh, and finance, yeah, and the numbers people. You know, I mean, you have the budget numbers in front of you, but I'd like to just take a few minutes maybe to kind of summarize some of the things that have gone on in the last year, so you get a better use or a better feel for how this money gets invested in economic development. At the end of the day, the increase is relatively modest in my opinion, but I still never like to take any of that for granted. Most of the increase is salary. Some is offset by some reductions I was to make in business development. I'm going to talk for a minute. I'll talk a little bit more about the five-town project. I'm not requesting any funds in this budget for the five-town project, and some of you might not even know much about that, but Guilford, Branford, North Branford, Madison, and Durham are trying to work collectively to kind of look a little bit more regionally at economic development. And the Board of Selectmen authorized $3,000 back in the fall, and we're using those funds, but truthfully, don't have all the plan worked out still. We're working through it. You might imagine trying to get five towns together. It's at times like herding cats. I mean, we have myself, the economic representative, a town planner, and maybe somebody from finance in the other towns are working on that. The budget does include our continuing involvement in REX, the REX Development Group. And again, some of you know, REX is a regional organization, a regional resource. I go to most of the monthly meetings that become education and networking opportunities. One of the things that we're happy or in embryonic stage, we have a local business person that wants to start up a company. It's partially started up in Cambridge, Mass, and we're in dialogue trying to recruit that business to Guilford or our area. And I did bring Jenny Kozlowski from REX to attend our initial meeting, and she certainly added a lot to our conversation about other organizations that company and I should be talking to try to, get a startup here and get going. It's a software development company. Recently, although this is the older brochure, but REX goes to the International Retail Council of Shopping Centers. I provided them all information about what we have, where we have space, whether it was Guilford Commons or at the plaza and other spaces in town. So they represent us there in this annual show. There's a development of the SEDS, which is a comprehensive economic development strategy. We participate in that. Again, it's a regional look. They're coming to our economic development meeting on February 4th to present the update on that. In fact, any of you are welcome to attend that meeting as well. And of course, they do various business development and tourism kind of programs. There's a brochure that they do for a visitor guide and relocation guide. And again, we, as the three towns with the chamber, kind of promote, we're open for business, and then all throughout this, many of our businesses, our tourist attractions and so on get featured in this, so it's a way to help try to drive tourism to Guilford. They, through the SCROG, developed a couple of smaller handouts. Again, there's points of interest for farm attractions and one on historical and cultural. The SCROG did this, worked with them to get it pulled together, but it's just another way that they assist in trying to help drive tourism to Guilford. Talked for a few minutes about some of the major projects. And if I didn't mention Mark. I mean, Mark is our chair of the Economic Development Commission. I forgot. He's sitting behind me with pulling the strings. But I wanted to introduce Mark to everybody. I think one of the most happy program that we just kind of completed is the St. George parking agreement that supports our local merchants in town. We came to an agreement with the church for 76 spaces in the church lot that merchant employees agreed to park in to free up space on Woodfield Street, Water Street, and in the back parking lot, and hopefully encourage more real customers, paying customers, to get in, get out, and support our merchants. So we're real pleased with that. The church was very supportive, and ultimately all the merchants were as well. I was a member of the Sustainable Guilford Committee, where we obtained the silver level, so there were several different documentation and efforts that they needed from EDC to meet that. Also a member of the Guilford Performing Arts Festival that we just finished in September. Audit shows about 5,700 people participated in that, and I was involved as a liaison with the town and on the committees there. For those of you that don't know, I get involved with the chamber in organizing the tree lighting, and have emceed it for a number of years. And I don't know, I counted as best I could. There were somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 people out there in that audience. A good time. Hopefully you're aware of the Guilford Events magazine that comes out quarterly. I mean, there is a section on economic development in here, but there's sections for any of the town departments that want to participate, as well as nonprofits in town that want to kind of tell their story. And we reach about 9,000 households that are in Guilford here. We are just finishing a Guilford video. Literally, I'm going to sign off on the final proof today. A company called CGI Communications out of Rochester, New York, came to us. They were willing to develop a series of short videos, all one package, but there's a welcome section, a quality of life, attractions, education, the business community, and real estate and relocation. And they're like a minute and a half or so a piece, these 6 sections. But it's going to be something we'll post on our website to tell the Guilford story. And then it'll be available for Park and Rec, the library, the police, the school system to put on theirs as well.
And this was done at no cost.
Yeah, no cost to the town. They went after town businesses to act as sponsors, but there was no cost, real money from the town. And of course, I act as the liaison with the Shoreline Chamber of Commerce. I sit on the board. I get involved in the tourism committee, the legislative subcommittee, and we also have a subcommittee of green merchants that we're all working collectively to try to drive more business to Guilford. So to talk for just a few minutes about business projects, I mean, the Guilford Commons in this past year added Panera Bread, the long-awaited Panera Bread, and Pure Bar as an exercise facility. We did lose Charming Charlie's, but that was a national decision that they left. 350 Goose Lane, the second building was completed and is fully leased. The third building is it is exterior-wise completed, and it is fully leased, all 3 floors. The only tenant I can share at the moment is Merrill Lynch is taking the top floor. The first and second floors is a tenant that is this close to signing the lease. So until that gets signed, we're not allowed to talk about it. 66 High Street, continuing on. The third building that's up is 60% sold out. The fourth building will begin in 2021, and so that project will continue to add to our grand list. The Schoolhouse Manor Apartments on the west end, there were 10 units, single units. They were fully leased, but I drove by the other day and I noticed there is 1 unit for lease, so I'll have to check in with them to see. and right next to that was the Middlesex New Haven Realtor Building. It's basically completed, they're using it, but some of the landscaping still needs to be done. I'm sure that'll be handled in the spring. And Patriot Center over here, the former Funicello's. The third building has been completed for a while and has been empty for a while. I talked to the commercial realtor last week, and he said to me that all those buildings are fully leased. The tenants just haven't moved yet. Again, he wouldn't share all the details of who, but I mean, truthfully, I was looking for office space for another client, needs 5,000 feet. I was hoping to put him in the back building, and no room at the end. So, high-class problem, but you know, as you know, most of it has been medical. It probably will be medical, which helps drive, you know, the equipment and personal property use for medical is pretty high. And things, you know, we've had numerous food service and retailers come in. Vietnam's Cafe took over the opening when Sunnyside moved out. Breakwater Books, it's gone through another
Sunnyside
ownership
moved out?
change. Caldini Realty opened up here, Dropbox Shoreline. So a host of smaller retail and service organizations have moved into different spaces. And then with Mark, the Economic Development Commission held a forum with a lot of the town officials, to each of the department heads to come and speak to our audience of businesses in all forms of businesses, came and spoke and talked about things and how we could work together easier within our, I say our regulatory land use, zoning, planning and zoning commission, health department. So we did that this past year, and then we also had, we started a couple of years ago a business recognition program that based to businesses, excuse me, based on their years of service in town. And that's well received. The businesses appreciated saying, thank you for being here and helping us. So we'll be planning another one of those pretty soon. And then just a few things that are in process. As you drive by U-Haul, you see the makeover is continuing. They're mostly working on the main building, parking, lighting, landscaping, and then a lot of site planning for the new building. If you out of sight is maybe Metro Pooch over on Soundview Road, but a whole new doggy daycare overnight center is well under construction. Plimpton and Hills is going to take over the former Emerson Supply. A company called Straight Jacket took over the former Land Rover. They're just about ready to open. Straight Jacket is kind of high performance car parts and things. Cover your chrome, stripe your cars. You know, I think they jack them up, slap the lights under them. But,
There's a future.
And the former mattress firm out at Exit 59 is going to become Play Cafe, which is a group for birth to 6-year-old children, kind of a recreation and amusement center. I mean, it's not a daycare center. It's more of an exercise and playroom. Garrett Sullivan, one of our local business people, is opening that business in the very, very near future. So we got a few things cooking that are early in development, and we'll see. But the Sullivan North and Sullivan South properties out by Tractor Supply, we have developers talking to the property owners about both parcels, north and south. And somebody is looking again at the Waldo property across from Guilford Commons, the old Guilford West development. So, I mean, things change, but they look very serious and have some good plans that they're working with our land use group, so we could be seeing in the next year or two those things developing and again contributing to our grand list. So that's kind of a quick summary of activities that have gone on and are going on, and happy to, you know, as I said, in looking at the details of the budget, it worked out to be about a 1%, 1.3% increase is what we're asking for. And then there's some detail behind it as how some of those monies are to be used.
Do you feel the Rex membership is paying off for you, for your operation?
I do. I do. I mean, it's, again, as I say, it's a go-to resource that I can call, I can talk to. now they're working with us to try to bring specifically a business to town. They get to places like that international trade show or the retail trade show that I don't have the time or resources to do.
Right.
So I mean, you know, they cover a lot of places that I can't personally get to. So I think there's certainly value there, and just even having the regional collaboration and awareness of what's going on, what kind of things are happening with workforce, with transportation, legislation. I mean, these are all kinds of things that Rex keeps me and my counterparts informed of or involved in.
See if you can get them to do something with Strawberry Hill, will you?
Yes. Too many vacancies over there.
Second building.
Well,
John?
actually, even Kate's So Modern, if you're talking Strawberry Hill where the old Caldwell Realtor is,
Yeah.
they're actually moving out of Moon Street to over into those spaces.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they just needed more room, and they're having a clearance sale as we speak, trying to empty their inventory before they try to move. Now, we'll have, that building will become vacant, so one moves, creates another vacancy.
I was just a little curious about the High Street project. Had that all been completed and now starting to fill up all those units?
Yeah, I mean, the original 15 units are full. The Whitfield building, the first new building, is full. The second new building is the Leet, and 4 out of 13 units, or 9 out of 13 are filled. So there's 4 more vacancies there. Ironically, I happened to see Kenny yesterday, and so the new building that he intends to start probably in late 2020 or early 2021, he indicated 3 or 4 people are already committed to take 4 out of 13 units there. So I think he admits it has moved slower than what he anticipated, but it's moving along still pretty well.
Yep.
And not everybody can afford $1 million plus kind of unit.
But that's generating some tax revenue on the grounds too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tax revenue collected, I don't have the exact number, but it's north of $600,000 is what we've been collecting so far. And I think when it's fully populated, it'll contribute probably $1 million, because also most of the people have at least 1, if not 2 cars. And so if you look at the personal property and the real estate tax, it'll be $1 million development for us.
And it's not a nuclear power plant, so
No, it's not.
that's good.
Not that we know of.
Well, but on the other hand, most of the families or individuals buying it aren't bringing kids with them either.
Oh,
No, they're not.
Nobody over there has
These are
kids.
senior people.
I mean, it's not by.
Not by design.
Not by design. I mean, ironically, there was a younger couple when you're my age. I mean, you know, they were 30-something. I did see that they recently sold their unit, but they bought another parcel here in Guilford. So maybe they are thinking about kids, and
Right.
you know, they bought something that would better support that. But no, the clientele over here, and ironically, many of the people that are there are Guilford probably half are Guilford residents. And in theory, this was downsizing for them to move here. But they like the convenience of being downtown. Most of them are probably out to dinner 4 nights a week in some of our restaurants. You know, I mean, I know several of them, and I see them. You know, so it's definitely, you know, helping our businesses, but particularly the restaurants and the shops. I mean, you know, you talk to Andrew Page, and he said, yeah, these, you know, people are coming buying stuff. You know, the coffee shops and all that. So it's good. Money stayed in town.
With enrollment down at the schools, we'll let them have a couple of kids if they want.
Anything in town center south or the
They're
old
older,
town,
they're
whatever it
older,
is down
Jonathan.
south of the railroad there, anything going on?
Jonathan, those are
Yes.
older folks.
Yeah, it's a little premature to talk about it, but, you know, the old Navtech site, of course, Rothberg has taken over the Navtech side, which is about 30,000 square feet. If you go, you know, when you cross over the railroad track, the section that's all painted white and the new windows and everything, Rothberg has all of that. The Lumar side actually is vacating probably within the next 2 weeks. They're moving out. And Kenny is in discussion with Rothberg about expanding over onto that side of it. and truthfully, we had another local business looking for space that were there last week and want to come back next week and look at it again. So, and then he and his business partner have an option on the Aero paving site, and there is some preliminary work that's been done on that, but I think he would like to see 66 High Street go to the next step before he starts additional construction there. But I'm fairly, confident in a year or so we will see more activity for that site.
Anything over by the railroad station?
Not.
Let me talk to that point. As we've been talking at Board of Selectmen meetings about certain developments, in particular the impending Facilities Task Force recommendations, which have to do with potentially relocating Public Works facility, and there are a couple other considerations there. I have tasked Brian and George Kroll with coming up with an overall plan to take some of the recommendations in the Town Hall South plan taking into consideration the potential relocation and availability of that piece of property, to develop a game plan relative to development down in that area. So there was a couple of weeks ago we had that meeting, and the two of them are anticipating coming up with some kind of a program or a plan within the next couple of months that will address that, but the opportunities that are down there, and if they do manifest themselves, how would we go about doing it? How would we start to market that opportunity? And it also includes, and Mary Jane and Brian and I have had some of these conversations, potential tax incentive programs for developers, because today that property is not on the tax rolls. So we might have some flexibility and leniency to develop, a graduated tax implementation, like most of our neighbors, Madison, North Branford, all have those types of incentives for new development. So Brian and George have been tasked with coming up with an overall plan.
I don't know whether you had said town
center south.
So, okay, that was my
Town center
question.
south.
Is town center south, it sounds like it's being semi-reinvigorated.
It is.
Okay.
I think it's foolish not to, given what we anticipate is coming out of the Facilities
it's-
Task Force.
I mean, it had a pretty extensive and enthusiastic start, and then it's kind of drifted for a
Right.
while.
So I think this is the time to reinvigorate those discussions and those ideas, because I think they were well
Especially
founded.
with the development, alongside Whitfield Street. I mean, that whole area south of the railroad and north. I mean, there's a connection now with the way this train station is. It kind of connects north and south.
And in fact, at our Board of Selectmen meeting on Tuesday, where we approved the affordable housing program, the contract for the affordable housing program, in it, we had inserted an easement across that property, so that in the eventuality that was developed, and there was, in the town center south plan, they contemplated the use of the Agricultural Society, of course, with the Agricultural Society's agreement, to set up a communal septic system, which might, A, protect the low-lying areas, and B, allow for greater development. So by retaining an easement across that property, it makes it a little bit easier for us to do that down the road. So.
I don't wanna hold you up during
Yeah, we should get
budget
back to the
stuff.
budget.
We gotta get back to the budget, but, just, and it's not quite, just, I suspect now, just driving around and trying to get down Route 1 on a Tuesday afternoon, which is stop and go. Are there now more jobs in Guilford than there are residents? I mean, do we have a way to track job growth? I understand unemployment in Guilford is something like 2-ish%.
Yeah.
I mean, how are we tracking the changes, and how do we accommodate?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And how do we tax these businesses?
Tax the business.
Tax, well, we knock on the doors and show me the plankton, show me the machines.
Actually, to answer, the short answer is I don't have, I'm gonna have to look back to CERC, because CERC,
Right.
Connecticut Economic Resource Center, typically highlights that. And then I just saw some recent data about the overall population of Guilford, of course, is still relatively stable.
Yeah.
But the number of workers I'll have to look at that.
Department of Labor probably has some
Yeah,
stuff.
Department of Labor. And you know what, let me show you too. This is an eye chart from where you are, but Mike Shove, through the Viochi program, showed me this. Now Guilford fell off the map, but okay, this blue line all the way across the top is Guilford businesses. He was able to go in through the various, whether it was Department of Labor, he could pull up, so Clinton, Old Saybrook, Madison, and Westbrook. And so, you know, we started kind of higher than everybody, and this goes back to 1990.
What
and
is
we're
that
on-
grafting? Jobs or
This
growth?
is number of businesses. This is number of businesses. So, I mean, Guilford has always been, in these 5 neighbors, a leader in the number of businesses that are here in town. And even some of that you have to, you know, you look at, because a doctor's office with 1 doctor is a business. You know, and you could have somebody with 200 people in it. But I mean, it is kind of interesting, even this data that is showing, you know, I say the strength, and even back here during the downturn, you know, we fell down, but we came back up. So we are leading. So I'll talk to Mike too, looking at some of the data resources he can tie into with Viochi.
So you're saying you should have asked for more money?
Sure, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I made a copy and I lost a little bit of it.
I think there's some interesting phenomenon that's buried in here, and that is the advent of the working from home.
Yeah.
Businesses out of home, so I think, you know, that's a pretty significant jump from 1990, where they say 50, to 2015, where there are 210 or whatever it is. I don't think those are all new storefronts.
No.
So I think there's probably some interesting data buried in the middle of this. So.
The other part of Bob's question, when you started off with driving down Route 1, traffic, is there any discussion to be had regarding traffic issues, especially on Route 1?
Honestly, I haven't had that on my radar. Maybe I should.
No, you know, just
I don't.
subjectively, I think it's all the medical buildings that are there, and all the patients that come from out of town to go visit all the doctors and all that.
Sure.
I think that's it.
Well, we're significantly limited by the lack of north-south access to Route 1 from basically State Street to exit 59. There's no other way to get to anywhere in there except coming from either east or west. So, you know, there would theoretically be a lot of traffic that would exit to the north or exit to the south, but it all gets funneled into that 1 mile, 1.5 mile stretch. So,
Yeah.
No, it definitely is. It is busy.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, Sue, I mean, if you look at American Cruise Line as one example, in the last 5 years, you've probably gone from 50 employees to 80 employees.
exactly.
To FibTech, your neighbor, has gone from
Same
50
thing.
to 80. So, you know, then when you look at the Patriot Center,
Yeah.
all the medical office buildings, I mean, when it used to be a handful of people running the farm stand there, and now it's large. So I'll look into that, Bob, but the number of employees has to be up.
It would be interesting.
I mean, CERT does do a summary, I don't think I have it with me, that show the number of employees that live in Guilford and work in Guilford, and the number of employees that come from other towns to Guilford. I'm not sure if I have that with me or not, but I know they have it, and I'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Okay.
anything further? Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mark.
It was nothing.
I wanted to bring a pretty face with me, you know?
You chose poorly.
Thanks, Mark. Okay.
All right, golf course. Ted and Brittany? Or who's coming up? Is it? Brian, you gonna stay?
I'm gonna stay up here
Thank
just
you.
to.
You can come over here.
I am. I'm gonna come over here.
Just a couple of comments. This board has had serious conversations related to the golf course over the last year or so. with some concern about the operational efficiency and.
Yeah, one
I
packet.
hate to use the word profitability, but the viability in terms. So we tasked some folks. Brian volunteered. Oh wait, I twisted your arm to do it, right? Volunteered to work with the commission as well as Rick Maynard in trying to come up with some alternatives or some considerations for how we optimize the operation of the golf course. I'm also going to take note that there are several folks from the community in the room, which is highly unusual for these hearings, and I suspect you're here to support the golf course, so thank you for taking the time out of your schedules to come and listen and learn. So with that.
Hey, Britt, let me introduce you, because I screwed up with, so Britt Merles is the chairperson of the Guilford Golf Course Commission.
some other members
And I
here
mean,
as well.
yeah, there are other members back there, and I think everybody probably knows Ted, but we thought, based this year, it would bring in the hired guns and to talk a little bit more about the golf course.
Thank you. So I created a presentation to follow along if you have notes or comments that you'd like to make, and Ted and Brian are both here to help. If I don't answer all your questions throughout this presentation, that maybe they can help answer those questions for you. So diving right in, just to go over the steps we're taking to decrease the costs, what we've come up with as the commission for the next season is that we're going to reduce the open weeks to our most playable and viable times. So we're going down to 31 weeks. It'll be from April 4th to October 31st, that's weather permitting. This year we closed in November because weather permitted. We're adjusting our hours of operation so that they are more valuable times that we're open. It's when we get our most players. So it'll be Monday from 12 to 7, and Tuesday through Sunday is 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that's a total of 73 hours per week. And using that 73 hours per week of open time allows us to restructure the staff clubhouse hours. So you'll see we're estimating $12.48 per hour, 73 hours per week and 31 active weeks. We've brought our budget down to $28,242.24 that we're planning on using for clubhouse staff. We're going to restructure the part-time grounds hours at $13.96 per hour for 69 hours per week. We're estimating that it'll take us 36 weeks total, and that's including the 31 active weeks plus 5 weeks for setup and breakdown, for that total of 36 weeks for the season.
I'd just like to interject. I saw a couple people looking. The part-time salary clubhouse budget is actually increasing, and that is because.
If you just give me a chance.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
But
It's on our next, it's on the next
what
page.
happens is I just want to be sure because
ahead?
they're all looking ahead and wondering why you said decrease. Got
Well,
it.
I wanted
Okay,
to.
go ahead.
No, that's okay. On the next page, you'll see that technically our number has gone up for the part-time salaries, but we are also eliminating our contract services, which was our golf pro, and he used to be in the clubhouse for us, so that took up some of that expense. So technically, overall, we're going down. It's just using those two line items. Does that make sense?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Fine.
I saw a couple eyebrows go up.
I
like,
did
wait a minute.
too. So what we've done last year to increase our revenues, we increased our membership and our green fees by 15%. We went over the fundraiser. I talked about that last time we met. We're planning on doing another one, our opening season, which is technically still this fiscal budget year. So it'll be 2 fundraisers, and then we'll do another 2 in the following year as well. We've talked about how we're going to adjust the clubhouse hours in the new season, but last season we also extended them later to match daylight hours. So as it stayed light out longer, we left the course open longer. And we also revamped our website. We did email blasts. You'll see us on Facebook and Instagram. We're in the Guilford Events magazine, and we're using tourism tools. So you'll see more advertising for the course, and that's brought in some good feedback. This is just an overall budget line by line of the revenue, comparing the years past to what we're expecting. And you'll see an increase, which I'm going to discuss on the next page. So what we're expecting to do for the new season is increase cart costs from $3 to $4. We're going to increase the T signs. Right now they're at 100, and we've discussed with other businesses, and they're willing to pay 500. So if they're willing to pay it, we're willing to charge it. We talked about the fundraisers. Last year we sold the used golf balls, which the golf pro took the proceeds for, but since we don't have him, we get to keep the proceeds, and that brings in about $4,000. Marketing on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. Still, we are readjusting our scorecards to sell more advertising slots on those to bring in additional revenues. Some items that we're discussing for revenues and to cut costs that we're still working on, but plan to work out the kinks over next season and maybe the year after that, is we'd like to get a liquor license. That's a big one. And a food service. We were talking about increasing our greens fees and our membership fees again, but this time we're partnering up with Fairways, the driving range. They've agreed that they would give unlimited driving range to our members. So our season pass holders, they're gonna give them unlimited driving range as well.
In exchange for what?
The price increase. So,
The differential.
right.
Oh, I see.
So
They
it'd be
get the differential.
$15
Got
a
it.
month.
Okay.
That's about $105 roughly. That's what one of the things
We'd
that we're
be able to
discussing.
offer the season pass holders effectively a discount to go to Fairways driving range. So we could raise the price of the
Got it.
season pass, but in that will be included their access to the driving
Is there
range.
any way to have that reciprocal so that their customers can come to us?
When their customers would come to us, they would have to buy the membership, which they would, and then they'd get
Okay, but I
access to
just-
both.
I mean, we're including it in our membership that direction. I don't know if there's some more incentive other than to tell them about it, give them the same incentive we're doing.
Well, it is one of the things that we're still working out, so I don't have
Okay.
all the answers
Yeah,
for
I-
you. But when I
think that
was-
might be something you might consider. I mean, they probably have a
sure.
lot more,
Right.
especially transients. I mean, a lot of people might go to a Fairway one shot and say, okay, let's go try a real court. No,
it's a good point.
Yeah, you got a lot of
We-
great
we-
ideas
we were
here, and I'm
looking-
just throwing it out, so.
And can I just comment, like on the liquor licenses, we said we're looking at it, and so we started to get into it. I mean, obviously, the first thing we would need is a variance, because we have a town ordinance that doesn't allow that. So, that's a challenge. Secondly, we started looking at the state of Connecticut and what it takes. Just the application's $100. And then it's a little fuzzy yet, because if you look at clubs, it goes from as little as maybe $400 to $1,100. So we haven't been able to identify yet where does the Guilford Lakes
In
Golf
the
Course.
past, when that's been explored, was my understanding the issue was being close to the school.
Well, as far as I can tell so far, it's really only our ordinance that dictates that, not the state.
There are some state
I
regulations.
seem to remember 500 feet from a school.
We're looking for a beer license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But I
It's
should
just
know.
something
I mean,
they're
we-
looking
we
into,
just
so they'll-
started
But I
looking
didn't know if
at.
they were
I mean, there's no question that.
They'll explore all of it.
Well, but
It would help.
It would help, but I mean, you've got to get over the hurdle of the $100 application, and whether it's 400 to the 1,000,
Well,
then you
gotta-
start figuring out
first,
how many
before you
bottles
do
of
there,
beer.
you gotta check off all the requirements. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
if you can't build it within X numbers of feet of the school, then you stop it.
It's a done deal, right?
Or where it, I mean, it was something about the clubhouse, because the old clubhouse had beer.
Okay.
It was farther away from the
I just-
school. And
But
then
it
the
was in
other-
a different location.
And the other thing to check on is the hours and time of year. It might not be a problem in the summer, well, there are kids in that school year round, so.
Like the
But
weekends
the evenings
and the holidays,
weekends,
those
yeah.
kinds of things when the school isn't open.
Yeah.
Before we get
Summertime,
too-
when the course is, and the school is.
Before we
But-
get too much in the weeds, I just want to
Yeah.
commend the commission
Mhm.
and Ted for this presentation. I don't know, where we're gonna go from here, but I just wanna say, having been part of the newly reconstituted selectmen, I don't wanna say versus the golf course, cause it wasn't, the selectmen committee on looking into ways to have the best golf course we have at the best, efficiency of cost. We only met in June, and Brittany, in the meantime, added to her family during that time. And honestly,
Thank you.
I just think this is a wonderful effort at cooperation and thinking out of the box. And I don't know if all these things are going to work, but I just love that we're looking at this in a positive way as opposed to a critical way, which we didn't want to, but I think became somewhat perceived as that.
In looking at it in a positive way, what do you see as the likeliest competition that you could either pick off or compete with in a more competitive range? In other words, whose customers can you go after?
Well, actually, one item that's not here that I was looking into, we have a lot of seniors and a lot of retirees that play with our course. And so one of the items that we haven't even discussed, I haven't even presented it to anybody, but was getting a senior bus from the assisted living homes where they can come in. I see them driving around right here on the green and having them shuttled into our course.
As somebody who, I've been on the Y board, I know Branford and I think Guilford does the same thing, because I'm so active. But that's a great idea. Make that part of a program or something in their senior program. That
Even
could
through the community
potentially be a
center.
great
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Thank you.
I want to share Sandy's sentiment. I think this is a fantastic analysis, and I'm sorry that we keep interrupting you. Happy to
Yeah,
do it.
let's-
You've got some
let's go
fantastic.
Well, I might as well get it over with too, because I was probably the most critical one a few weeks ago at a meeting, and I have to reinforce what Sandy said. This is exactly what I've been hoping and looking for, and there's some great ideas, that we have seen before. I'm gonna be quite frank. Your enthusiasm is great, but it's the follow through. I mean, we've had a lot of optimism before, but this is the first time. This almost seems more like a grassroots thing, and I have to reinforce what Sandy and Jonathan and I think everybody else is gonna say. I'm gonna throw out two more things while we're throwing things around, just getting off my chest. On your overall thing, I think finding ways to connect to seniors and schools, I think is, would be a big plus. I mean, it's more than just the Guilford High School team type thing, maybe.
I agree with you because that's going to ensure the longevity of the course.
Well, it's one thing we have that other towns don't have, is this course. Okay, I mean, sure, the private courses, Branford has some and everything, but this is something we can work with regionally with other towns for both their senior programs and their youth programs, because getting kids and seniors outside is a plus. And the other thing is, you have mentioned it under assets, and I always thought leagues might make some sense with it. I know there used to be bowling leagues, and is there such a thing as
There is a league. There is a men's league.
Yeah, there's a men's and a women's league.
So right now, we have about 45 regulars that come weekly between men's league and women's league. That's-
I'm not that familiar with the sport, it's things that I've heard. Great. Really, this is exactly what I was looking for.
One more thing I was looking for, and you're not done yet, are you? Do you
No.
want to present? Okay, keep going.
But go ahead, everybody else did.
No, that's right, keep going.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're coming to it.
So one of the other items to decrease our costs is that Mary Jane had explained the credit card terminals. We can now put the cost of the credit card terminal transaction each time you swipe the card onto the card holder, so that's no longer an expense for the course.
I discussed that as an overall
Yeah, it's not
thing that we're-
reflected in the
Right, it's not
budget.
reflected in here, we haven't made that change yet, but we've had those discussions.
Because it's consistent.
I would weigh that a little bit. I could appreciate it in a transfer station where it's a requirement, but there might be a negative reaction from a customer where, you know, I'm paying this fee and I'm getting nickel and dime to death. I just
That's
consider.
why it is only on the things that we're looking into, nothing.
Yeah. It's one thing when you have to.
We had that discussion
when you
at our
have to
meeting.
at the transfer station, another thing when you're trying to encourage them to.
We had that same discussion at our meeting. Again, these are just all things we just wanted to show you
Okay.
that we're looking at pertaining
I mean, it's
to
a
the golf course.
$3,500 line item, and in this budget, that's a
significant
significant amount.
right.
And we started exploring ways to eliminate that. Now
It's
we're-
the very
A little
last-
square is $3,500.
Correct, yeah. If you
The-
look at
the
the very last
percent-
line item on the budget, in 18-19, we spent over $3,000 on credit card fees.
Bank charges, yeah.
It's the third page.
So the
Yeah, I
majority
know.
of the
You
people.
know any banks that might
I
give
was
us a
gonna
better
say,
deal?
you might wanna look into that.
Well, I saw a sign at an establishment that said, "In God we trust, the rest pay cash." So, I don't know, maybe.
Another option that we're looking at, because we're looking to partner with Fairways, and some members might not like the increase that that's gonna bring, maybe they don't wanna go to Fairways, is offering additional package options, so maybe like a punch card, or a different kind of, season pass membership item, where they're still paying, but maybe not as much, but they don't get as much. And then we're trying to appeal to larger groups, such as like a morning of bridal party for the groom side. We've had a couple of those, so we're trying to appeal more to those, maybe advertise in a wedding magazine here or there.
Right, club us out the bachelor
Pardon?
And then make a
Oh, wait,
comment
there's
that
that
I know
500
we
foot
paid
rule.
There goes
As
alcohol.
far as advertising, just hearing that kind of idea makes a lot of sense to me, because I feel like the golfers sort of know which venues are available, so we don't really have to tell them they're there, but we kind of tell them that there's an opportunity or discount, or, you know, some kind of special event, and I think that kind of advertising is genius.
And our course is beautiful. Ted does
No
a
question.
phenomenal job of keeping it so gorgeous. It's a great place for wedding photos.
Question, years ago, when it first got going, it was rated as the best par 3 in Connecticut, third best in New England or something. Do we still have those ratings? Do they still apply to us? Can we advertise on that basis?
Yeah.
Well, yes, and we do. I am, it's in one of the,
No, it's
last,
still,
it's last.
it's still,
It's to come.
It's still what you-
If we let her finish, and I know I've interrupted her too.
The
you'll probably-
enthusiasm is contagious.
Yeah, definitely.
So overall, we heard your requests that what you wanted us to do, and we are trying really hard to deliver. And we might not get there all this year, but we're making leaps and bounds. We worked on it last year, we plan to work on it next year, and the year after that, and the year after that.
And we do appreciate it. And, you know, the only point I make is follow through is very important.
So you'll see that our budget, the budget that we prepared represents a 9% decrease in the expenses and a 14% increase in the revenue, so I do think that we're showing you that.
Both sides. Yeah.
Exactly. And just to reiterate, we netted about 7,000, so we grossed about 5,000 on our fundraiser this past season, which was huge.
Can I just ask, I know we've eliminated the pro, and does that mean, are we doing that simply being driven by numbers, or was the concept of pro not successful?
It's hard to say if the concept of pro is not successful, because it could have possibly been just that particular pro. But Fairways does offer 3 pros, which, if we go this route, our members will have access to.
So it can be,
It
we
wasn't
can go
expense
back
that
and
we-
take another look at it. I was a little concerned when I first heard that the pro was eliminated, because often companies in different situations, when they get in trouble, the first thing they eliminate is, you know, their advertising or their sales force, and go into cuts there. And I said, you know, it's just the one area that was bringing business in, and we cut it because it was the low hanging.
The
There is
decision
some-
to cut that was
There's-
done
there's-
long
yeah.
before.
And there's some question
budget
as to
was done.
whether or not.
I think
that-
you answered the question.
There was some question as to whether or not that individual actually did drive any business in, and there was some concern that there
That
may have,
answers my question.
there was some concern that the reverse might have been, in fact, taking place because of that individual.
Yeah, it's one way
That's
to,
it.
it's one way to find out.
I think at the beginning, it was kind of a 2-year analysis, right?
Yeah, see if it would work.
Probationary, see
Okay,
if it would
that's
work.
good. So we might bring a pro back when we.
If it's appropriate,
I mean, one of the things early on, not to look back too far, but you know, one of the things with the pro was to try to get more juniors involved. We did get some, but one of the things that, in my conversations with him, with the limited practice facility that's there, the juniors, I mean, without having a driving range, I mean, they were hitting into a net.
Right.
So he got some traction with would you say it was 45 juniors that, I mean, he wanted 200 is what he was, you know, his goal. He got 45, that's better than none, but with the limitation or not having a driving range there, that's really where you're teaching the kids the golf. You know, I mean, you might be teaching, you know, how to hit the ball and hit it right into the range, and into a net just wasn't as effective. So that was, I mean, a challenge that I say disappointed him that he couldn't get. In fact, last year I think he did use fairways for those juniors that had more interest. He did take
Makes
them over
perfect sense.
there.
You go to the range for the long game, you go to Guilford for
For the
your
shorter
game.
game. So, and you're right, I mean, not getting into personalities, I think he had some strengths and maybe had some weaknesses in that particular individual.
Where do used golf balls come from?
The water, the woods.
I mean, don't people come to play golf, bring their own golf ball?
Yeah, and then they lose them.
They leave them there.
And there's that many
We
that
have
we can
we have a
make money
company,
on.
we have a company that cleans out our 3 ponds, which is
there's-
East Hartford Driving Range.
And there's that many.
And they get out about 10,000 balls yearly out of our ponds.
So don't be shy about
I
coming in and play the course.
I contributed a few. I left a few there.
That
Yeah, I'd say
that
you
is
would be
something
there.
I never would have
Well,
guessed.
then there's the poison ivy option.
Only hit once.
So, if I can ask, I read in your backup that you're planning on the same number of memberships roughly as you've had this year, which was 68. Can you give us a feel for who those 68 people are? The Guilford residents, are they seniors, are they children, or?
I have that number, but Ted,
Basically, me and Brian have been kind of running the numbers, but it's about 80% is town residents and about 20% non-residents.
Okay. And the same thing with the greens fees, 105,000, I don't know how many rounds that is or how that works, but same thing.
I have some rough numbers for you.
Okay.
For golf rounds, we did a total of 10,685 rounds last season. Members rounds were around 3,800. Resident rounds were around 3,300, and non-resident rounds were around 3,100. Just to give you a rough number. So
What was the first group?
So it's a third, a third, and a third.
Basically, a
Members.
yes,
And
exactly.
members don't necessarily have to be Guilford residents.
Right.
No, and when you
Their
break
age
down the
range.
seasonal pass members, 80% or roughly 80% of the season pass holders are Guilford residents, 20%
Now,
are
beach
not.
passes, we separate out residents versus non-residents, is there?
No, Ted has that too,
Yeah.
in the database.
Roughly, I'll just give you, golfers per day, we do around 50 golfers per day, which is 350 golfers for the week. And times that by 31 weeks is 10,850 rounds. So that's just about the exact number that we have, in our computer. So just kind of.
Okay, we wanna draw on a bigger population.
Right.
So, it's one thing to be very concerned about resident use when we're talking about investment in. When we're talking about finding a way to market
Take their money.
an asset, then we want.
More is better.
Take their money.
But in determining the value.
I mean, right now, I think in some relative round numbers out of that, what you didn't mention, out of that 10,800 rounds, 300 of those rounds went to the Guilford High School golf team.
Correct.
So it's 10,500 or so are season pass holders, daily rate kind of people. And when you work out kind of the weighted average, 65% of the players, the rounds, are Guilford residents, and about 35%. If you look at the daily rate, it's almost 50-50 in the daily rate, but with the weighted average of the season pass holders and the number of rounds. I mean, the good news, our season pass holders roughly are playing 63 rounds a year. If we look on average with 60 season pass holders and 3,800 rounds. So they're using the heck out of the golf course, and 80% of those are.
Is there a group or consortium of golf course owners, operators, or whatever? I know like in ski areas, you get a ski pass and it's good for 2 or 3 ski areas. Is there such a thing in golf locally?
There are some public golf courses where you can buy it's a golf pass, kind of goes, I think you can play like Portland, couple golf courses in the middle of the state, which they offer like a 5-course.
Do we belong to those
course.
groups?
We belong to the Connecticut State Golf Association, which is you can buy a pass for that, in there, and then you can come to the Guilford Lakes Golf Course. There's a package in there where you can get a coupon, play our golf course.
Okay. I'm thinking like, even the fairs, you buy one pass and you go to all the state fairs. Okay. It just seems to be another way to get.
Yeah, there are not a lot of courses that have that reciprocity agreement where you can.
No, because even like Portland, the same ownership owns like 5 courses, so they may well have that package, but it's one of their 5 golf courses. I mean, like the nearest one you would think would be Lyman Orchards. They've got 2 18-hole golf courses, and then they have the 9-hole. But I mean, their 9-hole course is different in hours in that they do have power carts available. They do have the full driving range available.
Well, I
They
know,
have-
but it was my understanding that, yes, they have those amenities in their different golf course, but isn't that what it's all about, playing on different
Yeah,
things?
yeah.
And so, maybe approaching them still might have some value. I'm not saying, give away a round, but I always thought that golf was like skiing and everything else, where you wanted to go to different places.
Yeah.
Well, it is. There are some of those things, Golf Now and CT Golf or whatever, where you get a discount if you're a member of those organizations, which doesn't cost you much. You get a discount at every course you go to. That's the kind of thing.
Just build on it, yeah.
Is the reduction in the water expense a result of just trying to bring it more in line with historic usage, or have there been improvements made to the?
Rainy season,
Okay.
the weather, last year was pretty wet.
But we
Yes,
did
but the
look
answer
at, we
is
did look
yes.
at the historical and said,
Yes, it's
geez,
the
we've been,
historical.
we're budgeting a little heavier than we need.
Correct.
It's not like
We've
you've got
only-
a new
No, it's
hours
just
of watering
we
or
took
anything
an
like that.
average over a number of years, and settled on that number.
Speaking on greens and care of it, and I know it's a very nice course. Do we have ourselves covered as far as the chemicals that we are using?
Yeah, I do a state report to the state of Connecticut every year. They have all.
I'm not talking about just reporting, I'm talking about what we're putting down in, its close proximity to the lakes there. Are we very comfortable with what we're doing with that stuff?
Yeah,
I know
everything-
Park and Recs is trying to get to organic or whatever the word is, but.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing everything we can possibly do and keeping all the records, and the state has all our records of what we do.
And don't we, bulk order with our Rec? So when they use organic, we use organic.
Yeah, we try to go in-house and buy most of our supplies at Site One, which is in the town.
I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about,
The materials themselves.
Yeah,
Right,
versus organic.
I think Ted is referring to the fact that he is providing that information to the state, and it's
And
being
they're not
accepted means that we're within whatever the.
Well,
rules and
I
regulations
wouldn't
are.
even mind going the next step of exploring, alternatives to any chemicals, even if they're regulated at this point, but.
Right, but to answer your question, it's
Yeah,
yes.
we're covering
Yes,
ourselves.
we are, yes.
That train's coming down the track.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
There's a statewide initiative to authorize towns to have more stringent regulations relating to pesticides, fertilizers, et cetera.
I'm just concerned about the lakes right there,
Yeah,
runoff and
absolutely right.
And what Janice was talking about with the storm drains and all of that kind of stuff, so.
Just to go over the last bullet point on this page, is that, I'm sure you can see, just by the people that are here, that the town does support the course. And with that, the course is gonna flourish.
Looking forward to it.
Yep.
That's good.
Does the high school pay a fee to use the course, or is it
No,
part
they
of
don't.
just being on the team to get to?
Exactly, yeah.
But, so if you look at that asset page with the high school, the other venue, I mean, the Rotary Interact, now, I mean, they do pay to play there, but they run their annual fundraiser there. Is it St. George's
Men's Club.
Men's Club runs their tournament there. What is it, the East Haven Fire Department has done an event there. You know, this idea of involved in the community with charitable donations is a way to try to drive people to the golf course. I happen to be involved with the Sideliners Golf Tournament, and Britt gave us, you know, a foursome that we could use in our raffle to bring people there.
We do that a lot just to give, it works twofold. So we're bringing more people to our course, maybe people that haven't played before and will decide to come back again. But also, we want the community to be involved with us, so we're being involved with the community. And I think that that's important.
It's long overdue, really.
Would it be possible for our in-house counsel to take a, kind of noodle around quickly with this concept of the distance from the school?
Oh, absolutely,
thing?
absolutely, absolutely.
May I make one comment?
Yes, I'll make an exception.
The course was rated the best par 3 9-hole course, the best course in Connecticut.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing it.
Absolutely.
10 seconds. Kudos
That is
to
like-
everybody in this room that worked on this. I mean, I don't want to repeat what's already been said. One of the most difficult operations to run is a golf course. And the fact that you're actually looking at a lot of different options. We are challenged in this town with the fact that, and we've already brought it up, that the amenities aren't there. You've got a beautiful jewel of a golf course, but if I go with friends or anything, I have to go elsewhere to get that beer, get that food, do whatever. So you're constantly challenged with that, but you're looking outside the box, and I'm a huge supporter of that golf course, and always have been, and I'm sure I'll say plenty more during the budget hearings, so thank you.
Thank you.
There's also a lot of enthusiasm, and that's acknowledged.
Yeah.
It's great to see, because we've been struggling along without the enthusiasm for a long time.
Yeah. Just before you dismiss us, I just wanted to bring up the point as to last meeting
Right.
about the fire rating, and
Yeah.
if you guys could possibly vote on that. to-
We can't do it today, but we
Okay.
can put it on an agenda. We've got a couple of meetings next week that we could add that to the agenda.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Oh, okay, you're doing it. I was
Yeah,
gonna
that's-
say,
it's
I
needed.
understand at the last meeting that timing was not problematic. Are you saying it's becoming problematic?
We're getting closer and closer, and
Right, you said March,
the
I
contractors are taking on other jobs, so we're getting pushed out further and further, and we wanna make sure that we get on their schedule. So that
Yeah,
we
it was
can
a
go-
little bit of a
Yeah.
misnomer.
Without
It-
signing the contract, I personally would be supportive at this point, and I was probably the most negative last time.
The concern was this came through, it originally came through the Employee Safety Committee where the problems were discovered. And the concern also is if we wait until March to get the construction done, not only could the contractor be held up, but also for any reason, it doesn't get completed. You can't start the season on April 4th and it kind of, runs into the contrary of what you're trying to do.
We can't do it here. We didn't post it.
No,
So Trace,
yeah.
can we post that for Tuesday's meeting?
Right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Well, it depends on whether Charlie wants to.
Yes, it is a condition to open for the season.
Fire marshal is waiting on.
Clubhouse itself,
The clubhouse.
we need.
I know, I'm familiar with it, I just didn't know about that one point.
Yeah.
Hopefully
All
we'll
right.
deal with that on Tuesday.
Again,
Thank you.
thank you very much for all the work that's gone into this, and the presentation is well thought out, and I think it's satisfied the concerns that this board has had. So,
Exactly right.
Great
We're
job.
looking for it.
Great job.
Mary Jane, do you need any help with anything? You want me to cover anything for you?
Yeah, we're moving on. You wanted to cover debt for me?
Oh, yeah.
Pass.
Taking them in my head.
That service.
Yeah, you can cover debt service for me.
Everyone gets
Not that I
recorded?
have, yes, that everything
Thank
gets
you.
listed. I mean, with Marty around, I know that'll happen, but still.
Where did we find her?
Yeah.
What's her background?
Her father's a big golfer. I think She grew up
Exactly
in
what
golf.
that golf course needs.
That's right. Well, Brian did a lot of work on this. Married.
Mary Jane, I think.
Mary
Oh, that's the
Jane.
other pusher, yeah.
Yeah.
Mary Jane did a lot of work on this, and
bring up some of
Mitch
that
did with the
warm
labor
sunshine.
stuff, so, this is a team
Good-
effort.
good team effort.
Overdue though, it was great.
It should have been led by.
It's okay, you know,
It's good.
that's what we're here for,
Right.
those are our roles.
Well,
So-
the commission stepped up.
They
Chris Hodgson,
absolutely did.
Chris Hodgson, Pat Pascal, Steve Berry, they all did, so.
Absolutely, we
So
just.
maybe light and fire had some value.
It did, it did.
And how
Well
we
done.
got town
Or
center
having-
south.
having a
Yeah.
I think the commission is more involved and more informed than they've ever been.
It's more, they're much more engaged.
And it shows, and that's exactly all we
Enthusiastic,
need.
yeah.
Right.
You know,
Well,
and
that-
Because it's
I'll say this,
wonderful.
and I don't, is the fact that they're a commission, and not, and except for Ted, different than most of your department heads that come through here and make presentations.
He works.
You know, at the commission, they weren't aware of exactly what's expected, the way the department heads are, I think, and that was part of the issue. And Mary Jane and I sat down with them, went through what was expected, what you all were expecting of them. I think it made a big difference, and we went through with them, and they went to work, and they put this together.
And shame on us, because there's a different governance structure with the commission than there is with any other board, with a commission like that. And we've actually talked about putting together, for board and commission members, orientation packages. And this one would be a little bit different than the rest, because they're really, if you read the charge, they're charged with managing the golf course. Not us, not me, they are charged with
Yeah,
it.
and it's not even like the marina, it's not a totally enterprise situation.
No, it was at one
It
point.
was.
We-
I know,
But,
I know,
but
I know.
interestingly enough, it still is by charter. Just the
Oh.
finances have been moved out.
They have
that's
more of a
interesting.
challenge in selling the thing than any other commission.
Agreed.
They gotta sell a venture.
Okay, Mary Jane, finance, debt service and contingency, so.
Tough
So
act
now
to
you
whole
have
thing.
saved the best for last, that's what I'm saying, since Brian started with that. Finance budget, pretty straightforward, year over year. We are looking for additional education and training. We've identified a couple of other training opportunities for our employees through GFOA and GFOA-CT Connecticut that we'd like to take advantage of. So we have added those in. Other than that, our budget is fairly flat. Do you have any specific questions?
There was a, the biggest jump was the difference in, I think, having to upgrade the position of the payroll system
Right.
coordinator, correct?
That's right.
Because
In the
it-
salaries, that's correct.
Right, we found out that
We
it
budgeted
needed
a
to
number
be,
that
what's the
wasn't
word,
realized.
we were
Well,
not.
we
We're gonna
budgeted
try-
on the very low end,
Yeah.
and we hired on the higher end of
Right,
the scale.
right.
So that's the difference
Right.
in that particular position.
And quite honestly, it took us a while to get there because we have, what, that's the third?
Three.
That's the
Third
third.
time's
So it's
charm, we're
indicated.
hoping.
So there's
Right.
something that
Sandy and I have
actually,
to get back
you get
before
what you
2
pay
o'clock.
for.
That's right.
That's a hard
Uh-oh,
person to
we're running out of time.
Yeah, I gotta change the chip on
No.
Okay. And we're back. Mary Jane, we were,
Any questions on finance?
Yes, I
Uh-huh.
wanted to ask about the new item for the GFOA Accounting Academy. Are you teaching that?
No.
What is that?
We've based it on something that the GFOA has offered this year. The next fiscal year, we don't have the information yet, but it is done on site at the GFOA offices in Chicago. It is a very comprehensive training regarding principles of accounting, how we report, fund accounting, financial, government-wide financials, component units, budgeting. I spoke to Darlene regarding this academy. I'm really trying to bring her up to knowing a lot more of what's going on. We rely on her very heavily for a lot of stuff. So I spoke to her about this academy and her willingness to go. So we're hoping that you would be supportive of that.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
it's based
Okay.
on what they're offering this year. Next year's might be
Might not
slightly
be.
different.
Mhm. Okay.
But that's what we have. On top of that, the Connecticut GFOA offers a 6-week program, which is, it's the $130, which they have a beginner kind of financials and an intermediate financial, and again, very basic overall understanding of what goes on, but we're looking at that as well.
All right, okay, thanks.
Good.
And the Munis, we do budget for 2 people each year to go to Munis. Darlene's our go-to Munis person for all of the town of Guilford. She provides training to the new departments that we bring up on Munis just for general inquiries and reporting. She this year was responsible for implementing our new billing system, which is what she went last year to do. I'm going this year to hopefully to review some of the payroll and HR duties that we're looking to that we've been working on, and to explore employee self-service while I'm there as well, so to look at some of those initiatives. So in our office, we kind of take turns going to Munis depending on what we're looking for. Sandy's gone a number of times. One year we sent Sally. We had some additional money so that Sally could learn some of the HR functions that we're learning to do. So we kind of rotate that around.
Yeah, we're somewhat in a unique position. We don't have a classic IT organization where you've got infrastructure and application stuff, that kind of division of labor. So the application management falls into departments as opposed to an IT structure, which is the classic structure in most businesses.
Well, part,
Is
you know,
this
the plan
something-
was to start utilizing Munis.
Use the
to
tools.
its full
Mhm.
capability.
Exactly.
For sure.
And that's what we're doing.
Is there
You
any,
see- oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, is there any advantage to, I'm not trying to increase this line item, but Dennis's assistant is using Munis over in
No,
Town Hall
I had
South.
the reason she was able to go last year is because I had additional funding. We've sent different people with some funding that we had from other years, so that's why we were able to send her. Dennis did contact me with his request to talk about having his assistant go, and so I suggested to him that he add it to his budget because that additional funding that I had has been used.
One of the things that Mary Jane is gonna do at my request, her attendance this year is a couple-fold. One is to take advantage of the opportunity, but the other is to assess exactly the value of sending employees to the conference.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes conferences get a bad reputation in terms of what they're really all about. So Mary Jane is going to be evaluating the efficacy of the training side of this conference. So I think that's enough said. I think everybody understands
Yeah.
what that message is about.
Yeah, it's a great networking opportunity. I know Tony goes every year since he's responsible for IT.
IT's on the-
He's got a number of contacts throughout the country that he has met for different applications. Occasionally ask him a Munis question, and he has other people that he can speak to other than Munis
right.
themselves. I'll admit a lot of it is sales. Munis does handle it themselves, but it does give us an opportunity to see what's coming up. As you saw through our capital requests, we're looking to increase the use of our purchasing programming that we have, and this conference allows us to see what's coming down the pike so that we can determine whether or not it's good for Guilford or not, before we buy it, so, we use it for those reasons as well. So, 2 people in finance and 1 person, Tony, in IT, budget for that program.
This is less of a budget question, but is there ever a occasion where Tony and Dennis's assistant and Darlene, or you get together and talk about what you're doing with Munis, so that maybe they're doing something that would apply with you that you weren't using, or I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get the most out of it.
We're always talking.
Yeah.
You know, we're always talking, and almost everything from Town Hall South filters through us. And that's why Darlene has been able to assist Town Hall South, because we don't do permitting, but we have other applications that use similar codes
right.
and stuff. So, you know, all of that is intertwined. So yes, that's why we're able to all assist each other.
Well, I think it's important that folks know that there is this interplay between the various departments, so that there's a sharing of information, that if you discover something that works well in your department, you can share it with the permitting folks over at Town Hall.
Along those same lines, and I think it's happened, I just want to reinforce that, has, whether it be Dennis's department or the building department, the connection with those departments and the assessor's office, that connection has been made,
Oh,
right?
it's, absolutely. They're
So
all in
when
the same
they
system.
sign off a building permit,
It
it
goes
goes right to the assessor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the workflow. Actually, I know that there's a small working group. I know it's Tony, I know it's Darka from Town Hall South, that are, and Aaron.
Aaron,
I think
yeah.
it's Tony, Darka, and Aaron.
And Janice.
And a small working group that are working on workflow, to actually use workflow through Munis, where Munis, you know, if you get the permit first and you finish it, then, you know, then somebody else gets an email that it's their turn, and you know, so they're actually.
There's one point where the hard copies had to be walked across.
Right, and that's what we're looking to
that's
change,
right.
but so that's
They
another
built-
small working group that's
Right.
working on that.
They built the interfaces so that the systems talk to each other. at this
Yep,
point.
so it's just a matter of,
I think the culture of communication, sharing, and internal staff development is improved, but maybe because of some of the new hires, maybe just because of more of a emphasis being paid attention to it, but I think it's a very positive thing.
If everybody's got this system and it's as robust as it sounds like it is, it makes sense for everybody to say, hey, did you know it could do this, or did you know it could do
right,
that?
well, that's what we say, we
I
have the
think-
system, we need to use it.
Right.
And
I think you-
use it to the best of our ability.
I think you've heard me say this in the past. Unfortunately, when we implemented some systems years ago, it was basically finance-driven. It wasn't department-level driven. So there was a permit module that was given for, that was purchased and just given to that organization, Town Hall South, without training, without any significant training, any refresher training, and no one had expertise on it. So they didn't use it. So that has changed. We're investing in the people and to use the appropriate software.
Yeah, I think there was training at that time, but I think the difference now is it's coming from the department heads down, you know, so that it's.
I think that's accurate, but I think it also helps that everybody's using the same system. It's one language that everybody's hopefully learning how to speak.
I know sometimes we introduce software at my company and, you know, we think the price tag of the software is small, but then we realize that when everybody gets retrained and learns how to use it, and we find deficiencies compared to the old process, that it's not as cheap as we thought.
Yeah, well, Munis is not inexpensive, but we like to make sure all of our employees know that to call them with any questions. I mean, that's a big push on our end, you know, if you got an issue that you don't know how to resolve, call Munis. We do it in our office all the time, so we wanna make sure every office does that. We're paying for that support, and it's there.
Okay, debt service?
We, wanna cover revenue and finance?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we necessarily want to, but I think we probably need to.
Yeah, so I stuck all.
Because it's a big,
It's a big deal.
it's a big hit this year.
I stuck all of the other revenue that I work on behind finance. So you'll note that the big hit is in
ECS.
ECS.
I thought you were talking finance specifically in a finance organization.
I think he's talking of the other.
Well, I
All the money,
yeah.
all the money.
Mhm. So we can go through them quickly. In the finance department, we're estimating $525,000 in interest income for the 2021 year.
guess why the drop?
It's an increase budget to budget. The adopted budget is 425 and went up $100,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
I
might
was
get-
looking at the wrong column.
You're looking
Correct,
at-
I'm
that might
estimating
get
five-
tweaked. Yeah.
And the reason I didn't bring it up as far as that estimate
accounting
is because in this past year,
Rates are-
over the past year, we didn't do a lot of large road projects. But now we're starting to get into more, so what happens, as I've explained at Board of Finance meetings over and over, we pre-fund our capital expenses, and then we bond to cover those costs. So a lot of this money that is invested will, if we have some of
not
these large
available.
projects, it's not available for me to invest. Sandy does a great job of ensuring that as much money as we can gets invested. We're not holding money in our regular accounts. She's looking at that all the time, and that's why you see this.
Cash management.
Yeah, and again, I'll note that it's really because we finished the school project that we've been able to garnish this. You know, we did a $96 million school, and we pre-fund before we bond. So that's why those years were very lean, and that's why we're able to see such an increase now. It has nothing to do with, well, interest rates helped, but it's not that the money wasn't being
Availability.
managed properly. It was being managed in the same way we do now. It's just that we have more money to invest
Available.
for those
Right.
reasons.
At liberty.
And so as that fluctuates, so will this. And so that's kind of why I didn't go up to the full 575 that I kind of estimate we'll get this year. We just approved over $1 million project at one of the schools for the HVAC the other day. That money will go out before bonding money comes in, so that's really where this budget stands. You're welcome to do whatever you
No,
want
no,
with
no,
it.
no,
This
no.
was
We
my,
understood. Yeah.
my best estimate at
Understood.
this time.
That's right.
I have another question, and you know, I've had some conversation about this. I don't know any of the answers, but I'll refer to it as our rainy day fund, where we've got, you know, quite a bit of excess money in case of some kind of emergency in the budget. Are we allowed to manage that? Is it currently managed, or?
That's the money we're talking about.
Oh, I thought this was the tax revenue.
Well,
It's both.
It's both. So, you know, our largest interest revenue times would be, you know, August, September, and then February, March, because we have an influx. But on a day-to-day basis, it's that rainy day fund that we're using to pre-fund our capital projects,
Yep,
so that we don't
mentioned
bond before we need to. And then the bonding reimburses that as we're spending the next. So that's the money we're talking about.
But the balance in there is, we've been trying some of these newer, higher interest rate vehicles, and
Yeah,
that's
and I
being
have
managed.
a new one I'm exploring. I just spoke to Matt about, it's a different way to diversify some of our revenue. The interest rate is about the same as we're getting from STIF, but it's all bank deposits. There's a company through US Bank who invests municipal money, $250,000 in a whole bunch of different banks.
So your exposure's
And it's authorized by the state. I mean, I thought we
Absolutely.
were-
State of Connecticut uses them.
Yeah.
So part of our
What is the
STIF.
name of it? What is it?
It's Stone Castle is the company that manages it, but it's through US Bank. But the money that we have in STIF, part of their investments are through this,
And
so.
what kind of differential or delta are we talking about? You know?
It's very little. It's about the same as STIF. The only difference is STIF fluctuates based on markets because most of their money is in the market. And this particular,
Vehicle.
yeah, I don't know what to, vehicle, investment vehicle, is all bank deposits. So it's more based on, where the interest rates are as opposed to market. So if the markets crash, so does STIF. I'm looking to maybe start with $1 million in there, just to see how it goes. It's very liquid, just like STIF. We could take money in and out on a day-to-day basis. I'm not looking to do that. I'm looking to put the $1 million in and let it sit there and see what happens and see how it goes. But just a way to diversify some of our investments in a legitimate way. municipalities are very limited in what we can do. We talked about treasuries, but in my research, and I think I shared it with Matt, the treasuries are not doing well at all. So
I'm missing the upside. You said there wasn't much of a difference
between
in the return.
In the return,
But
correct.
you're saying that the potential risk stiff could drop
Right, correct.
more quickly?
Right,
Is
because
that
it's
what
based
you're
on,
saying?
it's based on market prices, whereas
Whereas
this
this
vehicle
would
is
not.
based on interest rates, the federal interest rates.
Oh, it's like a hedge then, it's,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
And,
All right.
and just to clarify, I was more concerned about the differential
I know.
between some of the newer investment vehicles we started to look at for the 2019-20 budget, I think, jumped from 130,000
Right, but
to
that's what I was saying, we
600
didn't
or
change
something.
what we did, the only thing that
Yeah.
changed was the amount of money that we were able to invest.
Right.
So there's been no change in
Yep.
what we've done
That's
during
why
that time.
More money's tied up in the
Correct,
pre-funding of
we had a
the
lot of
capital
money
spending.
tied up at that time,
Yeah.
yes. But now I'm looking at, this, I was looking into this particular, diversification, venue, and he said Matt asked about treasuries,
Yes.
but the information we received was maybe treasuries isn't the way to go.
No.
At this point, wasn't gonna get us any more money, and this vehicle may not get us any more money, but it would just be a little safety net of some of it, and we'll see how it goes.
And one of the conversations that we had was, can we take, and this is where the limitations of the pre-funding come in, can we take 5 million of that unfunded, the unassigned fund balance, and put that in a longer term doc? But when we need the liquidity to pay down bonds. So we'll take a look. There may be some opportunities to do some longer term stuff.
Right, we just didn't see the return.
Not right now.
If we're looking for a return and that 5 million, we're better off doing what we are
Right.
currently, so that's why we're just, so we're looking at that, so, and that's the very long answer on interest, so if anybody has any suggestions.
You'd have to do a lot of projecting to find out what would be available, and when and for how long. It's just-
Right, I get a
Europe with a
daily
minus
email on
percentage.
treasury
Yeah.
investments, so I kinda have those numbers.
You gotta pay me
You gotta
to
pay
take your
money to take your money.
That's right.
So anyway, that's interest income, like I said, you guys can
Okay.
do with that number whatever you wish. The Board of Education number is strictly the biennial budget number that we received, as you can see.
Are we referring to those?
It should all be there,
Yeah.
are they not?
Should be underneath finance department.
Under
So when you do
finance?
finance revenue.
Finance revenue.
Over here.
Oh, okay, sorry,
No,
thank you.
it's okay. Took me a while to find it.
Sorry, it should all be there.
Yep, it
Yeah, I
is,
didn't
it
see it
is.
at first either.
And.
Obviously, what's significant there is ECS.
And I'm not sure if I included, I know the backup is very tiny, I'm not sure if I included that, but it's,
Right. Now,
the,
one of the things that is missing here, I think there will be some conversations around teachers' retirement again.
Okay.
There will be there.
all right, last I had heard in my conversations, we didn't think anything was gonna come,
Well,
but.
I just want everyone to be aware that it will come back up during the legislative session. It probably won't happen this year. This is a short session. It's an election year. So it's unlikely that they're gonna tweak much of anything they did in the biennial budget that they passed last year.
Right, that's the discussion we did.
That, this time of year, they're loath to do anything that causes people to react one way or the other. And I don't think there's any relief coming on the equalization to the ECS grant. That was a formula that was put into place 3 years ago, or 4 years ago. They tweaked it the first year, but now they're back to the full schedule. So, once again, I'll say this, at some point, we may need to consider the possibility that our state revenues will eventually go to zero. So now, we've seen a gradual erosion over the past, for those of us who've been here that long, Ken and myself, over the past 20 years, where the state funded 12.5% of our education costs. Now, at this number, that's less than 2%.
De minimis.
It's de minimis, that's right. So,
How long ago was that, Matt? It was-
Probably about 20 years,
20
maybe,
years ago.
about 20, 25 years ago. I've got a spreadsheet somewhere, Jonathan, I'll send it to you. And what I had done, and I stopped doing it a couple of years ago, or a year ago, but what I had done was projected what the state would give us in ECS money had it still been funded at that level. So at 12%, we got a, what, $60 million budget? Do the math, that's $7.2 million.
Now we're not, and now we're 983.
And now we're 90.
And at some point, we'll have, all the towns will get together and say, you can go, we need some loose in other areas to
Right.
compensate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On regulations, that are
That-
expensive regulations that are, let us manage
Right.
ourselves, because we manage ourselves better than you seem to
Right.
agree.
Then they're gonna have to eliminate that cap they have.
I know, it's
Their spending
it's
cap.
the go pound sands.
Well, there's an interesting discussion or argument that I've heard, that if you decline to take any state revenue, what hammer do they have?
That's right.
Right, that was always the fear, that if you didn't comply with state regs related to education or other things, they would.
It would just probably.
Wasn't that the toll discussion?
It would take you
Once
longer to
they
get
did
back
that
into
or
the
something?
boat, but that boat's not gonna sail for a very long, it's not gonna be afloat for a very
But are you
long
talking about
time.
just revenue, or are you talking about, grant programs and things like that?
All the above. Actually, there was a former mayor of Waterbury who had his legal team look into this and develop a brief on doing exactly that, because he was gonna turn the operation of the schools over to the state of Connecticut. If I don't take any money from you, I don't have an obligation to do anything. So, but.
Is it possible we're kind of heading to a point where maybe the state will no longer give any amount of grant?
I think
Yes,
that's
what
we're talking
we're
about.
It feels like
Us, yeah.
just winding down.
We're on the way.
We're headed that way,
And on that happy note,
exactly.
Well, at least
So let's go
we're
through the
thinking
rest.
about it.
Right, so then, all the other state revenues that we receive are showing a slight increase, only our pilot for waters.
Yeah.
I increased that budget, but otherwise, these, again,
Pretty fine.
from the biennial budget, these are the numbers.
Yeah.
Whether they bond for them and we get them is another story, but we've had those discussions as well, so. These are the numbers.
But we're fairly confident that this is what it's gonna be. It's not like
I
in
don't
years past where we thought it was gonna be one number
Adjustments.
and then there was an adjustment made.
Well, they can do anything, but we're not as, it is an election year, so we are kind of using that as a safety net, so to speak,
Expect
for
they're
this
gonna
money.
Hold us hostage to
These
tolls.
are strange times.
Mhm.
That deal's already cut, I think. Susan Brizowitz is gonna break the tie. The Senate. All right. So, would you be so kind, you may have already
Yes, sir.
done this, is to put together the mill rate spreadsheet?
Oh, I got that.
I thought you had it somewhere. Is it in here anywhere?
It's not, because it's
Okay.
not something that I would normally want.
The mill rate,
put out there.
mill rate spreadsheet. I'm not gonna share that with you guys at this point, only because
No,
I
you
don't
got work
want-
to do and just don't-
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, these are such preliminary numbers at this point.
Right, it's done based on all the numbers in this book, which we know
Will
will not
change.
be the
Will
numbers.
change.
So,
A couple of times
but-
over the
but
next.
yes,
Do
I
you think
have-
do you think we're gonna get it over the weekend or Monday?
well,
'Cause
Mike,
we're
you're
meeting
not gonna-
Tuesday, right?
I know,
Yeah.
but the mill rate, you're not gonna get until after I receive the
so
grand list.
Yeah, so the grand list is the goal.
anticipating
Well,
All-
yeah, but
The numbers I have are based
nothing
on
between now and February 13th.
the same grand list, which,
Mhm.
yes, how about we'll
How
discuss
about we
it.
do, how
Yeah.
about we do this, if you can, could you do the mill rate is flat, the mill rate at 0.5%?
You mean the grand list?
The grand list, rather, the grand list at 0.5%, grand list at 0.75.
Mhm.
I think it might be optimistic to go much higher than that, but should we do one?
Let's go up to 1.
What was it last year?
5.5 something, yeah.
yeah, I'd even just 0 so that, we
Yeah,
have
so let's
some
do
to-
0, 0.5, 0.75, and 1.
Yeah, easy,
All right.
easy enough, yeah. I
All you
already-
gotta do is change a
Just gotta
variable.
change a number, yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, so, but now that you said yes to it, are we talking weekend or Monday? You gotta look at it first, Matt.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll see.
Monday. If we can get it done tomorrow, we will, but we have some other exercises we're doing tomorrow.
Very quickly, debt service.
Debt service?
Debt service, yep.
Were you planning on going to that, or?
Yeah.
Because I mean, we see the numbers here, what they are. So it's about 11, I don't have the final summary sheet, but 11% increase in debt service?
11.05.
Oh, 5, yeah. So, two questions. One that was asked of me yesterday,
At
by
Rotary.
at Rotary, yeah, and I didn't have a good answer. I was like, I'm gonna have to ask my, ask our
He
finance
sort of
director.
whiffed it.
I did. I whiffed it. Yeah. No, I did. No, I didn't. I
You
I
did.
passed it on.
No, you
actually.
did well.
No. So the first question is, I understand. When we bonded, we didn't want to take a full hit. Someone asked, why didn't we just bond for the full amount and then just let it ride down for 20 years? And I know we want to ramp up.
That would have been a 6 mil rate increase.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, but
That's
but
an easy answer
That was
right
that was
there.
the easy answer. The not so easy answer to me, which I probably should have known, but the debt service on the high school kind of it's gradual and then it drops off. How come it doesn't go like that, or why doesn't it come straight, like incrementally down for the next 15 years versus kind of levels?
Seems too steep.
And then steep. Why is that?
Because we
The original
put it
terms.
forward to save the money.
Well, unlike a conventional mortgage,
Right.
you have your mortgage and every month you pay the same amount and some is attributed to, interest.
And then it
Yep.
goes like that.
So
yeah.
bonding, in the bonding world, you can sometimes do that, but typically, it's done on a different type of amortization schedule.
Mhm.
So your principal changes and your interest changes, and because of that, it comes down in different amounts. It's really how they were structured when they were done, in order to accommodate, that knowing how much we could afford up front determined how much we were gonna pay off, at the end. So it's however those were, I wasn't here during that time,
Understood.
when those were done, but typically that's when that structure, is set
There was
into
a whole
space.
debate whether 30-year or 20-year.
Correct.
And we saved a lot of money going 20 years,
all
so that
those
wasn't even a
things.
question.
And we knew exactly that it was gonna cost more in the
Earlier years. I just couldn't remember why, Charlie. I was
Well,
trying
Well, we
to.
had
Remember the number, Matt?
We had a series of debt issues that would
$22 million
expire
in
at a certain point.
So, okay.
Mary Jane, can I ask you too, is it also a factor that some of our older bond issues, right, which are being retired, had higher interest rates? Is that also a factor in that, looking forward, we're looking at much lower average debt servicing rates?
Well, it's also, what it is that they're falling off.
Yeah, they're
falling
retired,
off, so you get those big.
6% loan is
right.
gone.
So and you get those big bumps
One
when
day, all
one
of a
falls
sudden,
off, right.
Yeah, that's,
it
I
just
think that
dropped
might be part of this.
50%
Correct.
in hours.
Down.
You know, so
Maybe
if you
our
have one,
monies are
right.
just at the time.
And then part of it might too just be that they're coming off completely.
Correct.
Right. So my
Well, you know
second,
what
my
the other
second.
thing was? Batteries make a big difference. When you charge.
Yeah. My second question was going into next year, because we know what is the anticipated range or amount that we are going to see as the debt service then starts to decline? What's the
Did I
first
not-
amount next year?
Did I not include that?
It is in there.
Is it
Okay.
in
Yeah.
there? Is it the?
It says aggregate debt service.
Yeah, so it's gonna be about
So as you can, right.
$100,000.
So the
Small.
10.5
Yeah.
63 is what we're actually paying in
Yeah.
2021.
It'll be 10,466.
So the only difference to that is we are using some of our premium
Mhm.
credits. So the amount that we're actually budgetarily out the door is a little less because we're using some of our credits. And I've held off for some of our credits over the next couple of years so that we can continue to see that come down. Because when you take a credit one year, you gotta make up for it the next. So, so the plan, it was started before me, but as we've continued to bring in premium credits, since I've been here, we've kind of estimated what we would need to apply each of those years so that this indeed was our peak, which we knew anyway, and that it would continue to go down. But I've had to allocate some of those credits to future years to offset the credits we've already taken. So you can't go, you're not gonna find 10.563 million in the bottom line of the numbers, but I can get you there, because there's other things in the debt that aren't
Understood.
included here, the credits, band interest, our leasing, so, but.
I think we have to be careful. I mean, there are no question that there are maneuvers we could make that number less. But at
That's-
any given point, we're at the peak of a lot of things economically in the country.
See, that's the state.
And our
of-
credits are diminishing
Sorry to
because we're.
interrupt, but that's,
Oh, okay.
so no, that's the state of Connecticut, the state of Connecticut model that got them in so much trouble. They were smoothing this out and calling new bond issuances revenues.
Yeah.
So they were taking revenues in to make it look not so ugly, growing the whole bushel basket of debt that needed to be serviced. So I'm sorry I wasn't there with you yesterday. I saw you get up and go. I was supposed to be there. I just spaced. I thought it was Tuesday.
Mary Jane, do you know roughly what our debt to budget ratio was before the high school? And I guess now maybe it's around 10%, just really back
It
of the
was-
envelope.
I don't know that off the
It
top
was
of my head.
low. It was one of the lowest in the state.
Because I have a fear that has the public gotten used to 10%, or are we gonna let them kind of return back to what I would consider a more normal debt to budget ratio?
A new if I could, a new high school is not normal.
Right.
So-
I don't
so we're gonna-
expect
we're
us
gonna-
to get back up to those levels
No.
unless you build
No,
another
I mean, I'm
$96
hoping
million
we'll fall
school.
back to the
Right.
original.
It's gonna fall back, but just
It's gonna-
bonding 101, and I could say this, is that, dealing with a lot of municipalities that deal with big school projects, a lot of them are at the bottom on what they're borrowing. And so when they borrow for any kind of major school project, they spike, and it's an incredible tax burden, and we saw a tax burden in the last 5 years. But what's gonna happen is, in a perfect world, you really wanna flatten it out and just have it level. We're gonna see a drop because we're not gonna have anything this big again for a long time.
I think in the perfect
And then
world, we
it's
see a drop.
it's gonna start to drop, but then we really wanna kind of fill in, so that it's not, we may not get down to where it was before, which was, maybe 5 million, 6 million.
At some point we will, potentially we'll get there.
Right, but we've got a lot of
But-
opportunities to use that.
but there's a lot of things, yeah.
We can increase what the budget contributes to capital. So instead of bonding for that capital,
Saving it,
we can pay more as we go. But again, cause it's not just the debt, you would look at your debt, your capital, usually contingency, which we don't have any, but, so
We've
we
already
don't wanna
started that
bond
cycle.
just for the sake of bonding, but we can,
Right.
and
let's not forget,
restructure some of that money.
Seems like lately, every year, the schools are bonding for some,
Yeah.
construction project.
Oh, yeah.
And we've gone out every couple of years.
Right.
So those get added into the mix as well. But we've had those for 40 years. Those projects we've done that the
Right.
same way.
And that's gonna be continual.
Yeah.
Right,
It always will.
and I've included that in my estimates for the next few years, as we do.
And the way you save money on bonding is AAA rating. The rating agencies like to see a month's worth of spending in the bank, which in our case, at this point, is 12%, is $8 million. Sorry, 8% is $8 million of our $100 million budget. So that's kind of where, that's the simple math.
And what's our total fund balance sitting at these days? It's about 12%? Based on,
Well,
that's unassigned.
That's unassigned,
That's
but yeah,
unassigned.
we're
Oh, I
at
thought
about
that's what you were
12,
referring
right.
No, total fund balance.
A little over 12.
Mary Jane, since you touched on pay-as-you-go, which I understand as a, good thing, you shouldn't be bonding for reoccurring expenses and so forth, is there any kind of measure that says, because of the size of it, or how, I'm trying to think of the right, how frequently it is, whether it should be bonded or not? Is there any kind of test that says, yeah, this is more likely to be in a pay-as-you-go?
20-year.
The life of the project.
Life of the
20-year life.
project.
Right, so, that's why we never bond for operating.
Useful life of the school, for instance,
Correct.
75 years maybe, so that's of course a bondable project. Useful life of an automobile, maybe 5 years or something.
Right, we.
Pay as you go.
Right. Correct, we would try to pay as you go, so our police, our police cars, we pay as we go. But a fire truck that's gonna last us 15 years, you know, between the cost and its length of service.
Right.
would be bond. It's really
Fire truck
useful
maybe
life.
20 years.
Useful
maybe.
life is key. As
Good
a matter of
piece
fact,
equipment.
when we bond, I have to provide a useful life of every single component. And the bond is actually spread out based on that,
Okay.
which I forgot about that. That's another reason why we're paying a little bit more upfront. So if some things are 10 years and some things are 20, we're actually paying more upfront for some of those items.
I wouldn't think there's some exact year or useful life number, but what maybe is the ballpark for pay-as-you-go column versus?
Well, I would say pretty much anything under 5 years.
Okay.
You know, we don't bond for computers, for instance.
Yep.
You know, because that's more of a I consider those disposable items at this point.
Well, they become obsolete in 5 years in many
Correct,
times.
so I
The
would say
other-
maybe 5 years.
The other factor to keep in mind is unlike a business where you're, looking at tax laws, the taxpayers are paying for these costs. So today's taxpayers shouldn't be paying for something that people who live here in 10 years are using. So it kind of matches things up that way too.
Correct.
Makes things more fair.
It spreads the burden out over the
people
that are
who are
using
actually
it for the
benefiting
life.
from, yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and I'll just add, we have nothing in contingency and nothing in reval. Those are the only two other budgets that typically show up.
Right.
Reval will just, after this year, will fall off, unless we choose to go back to budgeting for it. Contingency, I just like to bring up that it's there, but
We don't use it.
we haven't funded that, at least since I've been here, I think.
Gotcha.
That's it.
What else? Any other points? Thank you all. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Call the question? What's that?
Yes, I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
we'll go over next week's
Yeah.
dates. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, recusals, hearing none, motion carries.